All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the September 20th, 2024 California Board of Behavioral Sciences meeting. My name is Chris Jones. I'm chairperson of the board. Before we convene, I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing the board's laws. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. The Board of Behavioral Sciences will be holding this public meeting in person and via WebEx platform. I will announce when we are accepting public comment on the various issues. For each public comment period, we will first be accepting comments from the participants in the audience present in the room. Then the moderator will open the lines as appropriate so that the remote audience members can comment. Each commenter will have 2 minutes to comment. Moderator, would you please provide the audience instructions on how they may participate during the meeting at the appropriate times?
Good morning. When public comment is called for, we will ask people to raise their virtual hands by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users will need to dial *3 to raise their hand. For our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, in order to find that hand. People will be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, moderator. First on the agenda today is calling to order and establishing a quorum. But before we do that, I would like to introduce our new board member. Before we take the roll call, I want to introduce our newest board member, Lorez Bailey. Lorez is serving as a public member. Lorez, welcome to the board. We look forward to working with you. We had the opportunity to spend dinner with her last night, and I am excited to see what Lorez does on the board. She is dynamic. She has a powerful background, and I think she is going to do great things for the consumers of California. Lorez, would you like to take a minute and introduce yourself?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chris. First, I just want to thank the board and Steve and Christina and everyone for really just supporting me and really onboarding me so that I could feel comfortable being here today. Just a little bit in my background, I recently worked in media, but I have a for-profit and a nonprofit background and have done a lot of work supporting at-risk youth, vulnerable adults, the unsheltered, and I'm just really excited to be able to take that background and bring it here today to help protect our consumers, our California citizenry, making sure there's quality mental health services with good supports and licensure. So for me, this feels like a culmination of a lot of work, but really my pleasure and honor to be here today and serve on the board.
Thank you, Lorez, and again, welcome. Members, during the roll call, please introduce yourself and let the public know whether you are a public or licensed member. Christina, would you please call roll to establish a quorum?
Good morning. Lorez Bailey.
Good morning, public member.
Justin Huft.
Present LMFT.
Kelly Ranasinghe.
Present public member.
Christopher Jones.
Present Chair LEP member.
John Sovek.
Present LMFT, pronouns he, him, they.
Susan Friedman.
Present public member.
Dr. Annette Walker.
Present public board member, pronouns she, her, hers.
Eleanor Uribe.
Present LCSW member.
And Dr. Nicholas Boyd.
Present LPCC member.
And for the record, Abigail Ortega will be joining us soon. Wendy Strack is absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda are introductions. Board staff, would you please introduce yourself? Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Sodergren, the Executive Officer of the Board.
Good morning, Marla McManus, Assistant Executive Officer for the Board.
Roseanne Helms, Legislative Manager for the board.
Sarita Risso, Special Projects and Research Analyst for the board.
Sabina Knight, Legal Counsel for the board.
Sorry, Sabina.
Okay.
It's not like you're sitting right next to me. Yeah. Thank you. This is true. All right, thank you. Now it's time for the public to introduce themselves if they would like. This is voluntary. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to introduce themselves?
Hello,
Okay. Good morning, Shanti Ezrin, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists.
Good morning, Ben Caldwell, MFT.
Good morning. Thank you. Moderator, is there anyone in the remote audience that would like to introduce themselves?
Now is the time to raise your hand if you'd like to introduce yourself. Please do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And first, we're going to hear from Bethany Zoller. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. Are you with us, Bethany? Hold on just a moment. I'm going to try and put some instructions on the screen for you, Bethany. Oh, we lost you, Bethany. Next, we're going to go to Hermaya Motivo. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I am representing Motivo Health, which is a virtual HIPAA compliant platform. I serve as the VP of Clinical Compliance, so just here listening in to just see any changes that are possibly occurring in California. Thank you.
Say your name one more time. We missed the very beginning of what you said.
Dr. Hermaya Anwar.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And those are all of our requests. Oh, hold on. We're going to try Bethany again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, perfect. My name is Bethany Zoller. I'm here on behalf of California Licensed Educational Psychologists.
And now those are all of our requests.
Thank you, moderator, and welcome everybody. Next on the agenda is the board chair report. Board member attendance. This report shows the board member attendance for board meetings and committee meetings during the last fiscal year. Please let staff know if you believe that there are any errors. As a reminder, attendance at board and committee meetings is very important. Next, we have our Outreach and Education Committee. I would like to note that we have established an Outreach and Education Committee. This committee will be tasked to support the board's strategic goal of engaging stakeholders through continuous communication about the practice and regulation of the professions in mental health care. We are establishing an Outreach and Education Committee. The work of this committee will generate proposals to improve the board's consumer education and increase engagement with schools and at public events, and encouraging greater participation at board meetings. I'm very excited to let you know that Dr. Annette Walker will be chairing this committee, and that will also include board members John Sovek, Susan Friedman, and Dr. Nick Boyd will be members. So thank you for your participation. I'm excited to see what this committee does for our consumers. Future board meetings are listed in the materials. You will see when those dates are. And next, we would like to move to staff recognition. We have Paul Drabkin. I want to congratulate Paul Drabkin for achieving 5 years in state service. Paul is a discipline analyst for the board. Congratulations, Paul. He's not in the room. And next, I would like to congratulate our own Roseanne Helms on achieving 15 years in state service. As you know, Roseanne is the board's legislation manager. She is the lifeblood of what we do. I don't know that there's any person that does not appreciate, excuse me, all the wonderful things that you do to support us as we go through legislation. Thank you so much. And you're a joy to work with. Oh my goodness gracious. It's an honor to be able to give you this recognition of 15 years with the board. So congratulations and thank you, Roseanne. All right, and next on the agenda is the Department of Consumer Affairs update. Yvonne Durantes from DCA's Legislative Affairs will be presenting an update on the Department of Consumer Affairs. Yvonne, the floor is yours.
Morning. Are you able to hear me all right? Great. All right. Well, happy Friday, everyone. I realized the last time we all met was in May, so quite a while ago, and we're looking to go now into fall. And I think ever since then, we've had 2 reappointments, including Chair Jones and Member Boyd. So congratulations and thank you for your continued service. And I also want to take a moment to welcome Member Bailey. Thank you for your service as well, and we look forward to having you on board as well. My name is Yvonne Durantes. I am the Assistant Deputy Director over Board and Bureau Relations. I'm often the face behind member relations, so if you're getting those emails, it's often me. And so just want to say as well that I'm here to answer any questions and provide any clarification that I may be able to. So I have a pretty brief update for you today, but I'm happy to answer any questions or repeat any of the information. Now I'll go ahead and jump right into it. So starting off with budget letter 2420 in regard to vacancy savings and position elimination, DCA continues to address the state's budget deficit. And at the end of July, the Department of Finance issued budget letter 2420 that outlines the assumed reduction of the state's workforce by 10,000 vacancies and $1.5 billion. The Department of Finance estimated a target reduction for each state department by reviewing the department's vacancies and then assuming half of the savings from those vacant positions. DCA worked closely with agency and each board and bureau to provide detailed notes, requested exclusions, and justifications position by position. DCA submitted a proposed vacancy reduction plan to the Department of Finance in mid-August and is currently awaiting approval. In regard to budget letter 2424, which is in relation to government efficiencies, additionally on August 16th of this year, the Department of Finance also issued a budget letter, which is 2424, which outlines the reduction of State Department budgets by 7.9% in order to achieve state savings of $2.1 billion in 2024 to 2025 and future fiscal years. DCA is identifying fixed cost exemptions that cannot be reduced, such as the Office of Attorney General and the Office of Administrative Hearings, so they can be excluded from consideration. The final budget reduction plan will be submitted to agency and the Department of Finance for approval later this month. DCA's budget office continues to work closely with each board and bureau on these reduction requests, while also balancing our mission of consumer protection. And these are challenging budget exercises, and the department would like to acknowledge the board and bureau leadership for their thoughtfulness and diligent efforts, often under very quick deadlines. And DCA will continue to share updates as they become available from the Department of Finance. As a reminder, DCA boards and bureaus must continue to scrutinize expenditures and maximize cost savings, only authorizing expenditures that are mission critical and essential to operations. One last highlight in regard to DCA's innovation that was recognized. DCA is very proud to share that on August 20th, Jason Piccioni, DCA's Deputy Director of the Office of Information Services, was honored for developing DCA's Federal Professional License Portability and State Registration Portal. Jason received the Best of California in Innovation Serving the Public category at the 2024 California Government Innovation Summit. Launched last fall, DCA's boards and bureaus have accepted over 176 individuals to practice in California through this online portal. DCA did not receive any additional funding or staffing for its implementation and has worked hard to ensure it is efficiently serving the military services members and their spouses relocating to California. The online portal Jason designed and implemented has been used by the U.S. Department of Defense as a model for other states. And lastly, for those members that were reappointed and recently appointed, I do just want to provide a reminder that we will be holding our last board member orientation training in October 22nd. You should have received an invitation from Board and Bureau Relations. If you haven't, I'm happy to resend it or happy to assist you in registering. And so, like I mentioned, that is the last one of the year and it is required upon reappointment or appointment within a year after that. So thank you for having me and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Yvonne. Do we have any comments or questions from our board? Do we have any comments or questions from our in-person audience? Nope. Any questions from or comments from our remote audience, moderator?
We are open for public comment via WebEx on agenda item 13. The DCA update. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Thank you, Yvonne. We appreciate your time and the updates. Next on the agenda is item 14, Workforce Development Committee update. Steve, would you provide us with the report?
I sure will. Thank you. Good morning. During the last August 9th, 2024 Workforce Development Committee, the committee discussed the possibility of permitting applicants to take the clinical exam early once they've achieved 1,500 experience hours. And this is in an effort to try to reduce some of the barriers to the pathway to licensure. This would kind of expedite the process. Staff identified statutes and regulations that would need to be amended and is in the process of drafting a proposal. And the following proposal will be brought to the next October 11th Workforce Development Committee. And one of the things, a couple things we'll be looking at on that is permitting the clinical exam to be taken once an applicant has completed 875 hours of supervised experience performing direct clinical counseling. This is in a kind of, we wavered from the original proposal of 1,500 hours previously discussed. It was changed on feedback that supervised experience in direct clinical counseling rather than all supervised experience may be the best prepared applicant for the passing of the clinical exam. So it would kind of restrict that to clinical counseling. It would also, we're also looking at allowing an associate to choose when they actually take the law and ethics exam. Currently, a registrant has to take it every year until every renewal period until passed. So we're offering it possibly just, it's their choice when they have to take it, but they would have to complete it before licensure. What the reasoning for that is, it actually gives them the time to prepare if they need additional time, but then it could also reduce the amount of money that they actually are spending on that exam process for retakes and stuff. So they might be able to not have to retake it so often. Implementing an age limit of 7 years on the passing score for the law and ethics exam. It kind of goes with what I was just talking about. We were also talking about the extending the length of time for registration to 6 to 7 years. This will help out. We're looking to hopefully solve the issue we have currently with the 6-year rule, where people actually, a registrant will have to, if they're practicing in private practice after 6 years, if they go on to a subsequent registration number and still need to collect hours, they are no longer able to work in private practice. So we're looking to try to ease the complications with that. We are also looking at extending the amount of time supervised experience hours are valid from 6 to 7 years. And really kind of essentially, I'm looking at, the promotion. If we actually go forward with some of these proposals, it's really 7. Everything is 7. So you're looking at, 7 years that your clinical exam has been passed, 7 years for your license and your law and ethics course has been passed, and 7 years for supervised experience. So it kind of ties it in. So we think those proposals that we're going to be discussing about will actually help us with some of the barriers to pathway to licensure. We also discussed the possible amendments to the child abuse and assessment and reporting coursework requirements for all board regulated professions. Currently, there's a 7-hour course on this topic is required for LPCC, LMFT, and LCSW applicants. and for LEPs upon first renewal. So there are varying requirements in the terms of when this course can be required. And that's what we're trying to do, is kind of not necessarily streamline it, make it more understandable. So staff had recommended that the law be amended for the LCSWs to require this coursework prior to an associate registration rather than prior to licensure. And that would kind of align with the other two license types. We also recommended that LEP law be amended to require coursework prior to licensure. So kind of making that all prior to licensure. It makes it easier to understand, and it's, same across the board. Lastly, we did a review of the survey, the licensure pathway survey that we did, and that was conducted in April 2024. And while we were focused on the three key kind of pathway milestones, education, supervision, and examination, but we did receive a lot of feedback also on the actual licensure process and the application process. So we included that in kind of the report. And we did lay out some of the current initiatives that we see might help with the barriers that were identified. And really for the next committee meeting, we're looking at kind of solidifying or bringing back more of a kind of more goals. We had goals originally way back when we started the committee, but it's really kind of coming back, and let's really look and put those in more concrete goals to what we can move forward for initiatives for that. And that is my report.
All right, thank you, Steve. Are there any comments from our board members? Annette?
I just wanted to add what Steve was saying. When we reported out of the last item with the survey, we did a great job on that. It was a collective effort, staff, the board members, and everyone. And Steve, you really, I think, delivered on the goals that we set out to do in getting the survey out there. And I think you're selling yourself short a little bit, because I think the main takeaway from our meeting was that we were going to really prioritize, I guess, the feedback that we got, because there were some short-term and long-term things that we could implement like right away, but there's also some that may take a little bit more time. So I appreciate your generalization, but you're also planning to do a dynamic effort in prioritizing the feedback that we receive from the public et al. And we're looking forward to seeing that. And the gist of what I'm saying, the long and short of it, is that we're going to come back to you, the public, our consumers, with a short list and a long list of things that we can prioritize like right away and move on them. So, we're putting this good work to effort and just getting it done. So we appreciate it. Thank you again, Steve.
Thank you, Annette. Nick?
Yeah, so just maybe to clarify the first bulleted item here. So the 1,500 hours experience, what the recommendation here is that once somebody receives 875 hours of a direct counseling experience, they're then eligible to take the exam. Is that correct?
Clinical. You want to?
So that's part of the proposal that we're going to be discussing on whether the committee wants to go in that direction or not. The original proposal is 1,500 hours, then eligibility to take the clinical exam. The other alternative that we'll be discussing at the committee, which has been suggested as maybe a better alternative, is 875 hours of just direct clinical counseling. So the committee still has to weigh that and talk about the pros and cons, but that's kind of the direction that the discussion is going.
And so then that would take away from having to meet the full 3,000 hours to take,
to take the clinical exam, yes.
Take the clinical exam. So they don't have to complete the 3,000 hours, then apply and then take it. They could take it once they've done the direct clinical counseling work. Okay.
Right.
And so this is being discussed in the next meeting, is that correct?
October 11th. And that's where it just really, first of all, I mean, it helps out with the delays, or if we have delays in actually getting them into the clinical exam. But then again, too, if people, have do that first attempt and can't pass it, it kind of helps out with that process. So they're right there and ready to go when they finally pass. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. Any other comments from our board? Comments from the audience?
Good morning, Ben Caldwell, MFT. I really want to second what Dr. Walker was saying and thank the board and the committee and staff for its work on these issues. These are all substantive changes that would have real tangible impacts for folks making their way through to licensure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Good morning again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMP. Just wanted to echo what Ben had shared too. Really appreciate the staff and the committee members for their work on all of these different refinements. The early eligibility to take the exam prior to 3,000 hours is something that CAMP supports, and the other refinements all being addressed interrelated at the same time is also something that we greatly appreciate. So we're looking forward to the draft and continuing to engage in the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti. Any other comments from our in-person audience? Comments from our remote audience, moderator?
We are now accepting public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. And we will call on people in the order we have requests. Our first request comes from GV Ayers. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
The California Association for Licensed Professional Clinical Counselors. CalPIC is very interested in the work that you're doing, and we are interested in the efforts to move the examination to an earlier time, although making sure that there's enough hours of experience to where that they are qualified in order to take the examination. So appreciate the work that you're doing. Look forward to the draft and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, GB.
And that was our only request online.
All right, thank you, moderator. I will echo the thanks to the committee for all the hard work that they're doing to move these things forward. Next on our agenda is a presentation about the AMF TRB National Exam. Steve?
Thank you. I have to apologize. Presentation may not be the proper title. I should have said a report. So I apologize. There's no slideshow or kind of bells and whistles, but just kind of sorry. But we do have later on, after I get done with my report, Lois Bergen from AMF-TRB, the executive director of AMF-TRB, I'm hoping is on the line currently. She'll be here to answer any questions that you may have. So at the May 2024 meeting, the board discussed the potential of adopting the AMF-TRB national exam, and staff were directed to complete several steps before requesting the board's approval to implement the regulatory and legislative amendments that would formally accept the AMF-TRB national exam. Today, you will be discussing this legislation later on. And what I'm going to present today is the work we've been doing behind the scenes with AMF-TRB and kind of what our conversations have been. And this is really mainly looking at the content of the examination and accessibility for the candidates. Regarding the content, AMF-TRB is currently preparing for a job task analysis to begin this year, and the last job task analysis was completed in 2021. And what the job task analysis does, this is a survey that will collect data on task knowledge and skills that a practitioner uses in their daily work. The responses to this actual survey are essential to identifying the competencies that the exam should measure, and will be used to outline major content areas to be tested and the weight of each. And so we're trying to, with the job task analysis, which we do this too with our exams every 6 years, usually is currently about the process. This will ensure that the exam accurately reflects the current practice. And once this survey is done and they have done the analysis, this will be used to actually develop the exam beginning in 2026. And California has the largest populations of LMFTs in the nation. And so their participation in this will definitely enhance the validity of the exam and making sure that the skills and knowledge that California practitioners use will be kind of represented in that content area. So one of the things that we're going to be doing is really, when they start putting out this survey, really encouraging people, California licensees, to take this exam. It is kind of important to note, we have been part of AMFTRB as a delegate since their beginning, and California licensees have participated in the development and writing of the exams since 1988. That's what Lois told me. So, so we've been kind of involved in the content and the development of the exams already. And as we stated before in another report, I think that was in May, with our conversations with Lois and AMFTRB and Lois, they did acknowledge that the practice trends nationally were more in line with the common practices in California, and they expect that this will influence a change in the examination content and measurement scope for examinations once they start issuing their new exams in 2026. The other thing I want to mention on the content area is currently Office of Professional Examination Services. They are the psychometricians that help develop our LMFT clinical exam, and so they work till developing our item bank. And the discussions that we've been having is, can AMFTRB use our item bank, if we actually decide to go this way? And they can. It would just be trying to figure out how to coordinate that. But being able to share the item bank would be great, because then AMFTRB would already have California content that they could actually, maybe use in the exam. So that is one thing we're looking at also. And what we would have to do is just have the technicalities of when we'd be able to stop exams and not publish any new exams if we were going to make that transition, so we can actually transfer that item bank. But that's later on. The other thing that we were talking about was the exam accessibility. And currently right now, the exam is offered once a week during each month of the year. And AMFTRB definitely recognizes that the volumes that will be, if we accept that exam, their volume of applicants or candidates might actually almost double. So they understand the concern of making sure that people can actually test and are able to schedule their exams. So I did mention in there, currently right now, it's once a week. Prometrics has 470 authorized test centers. Prometric is their administrator. And that's 470 authorized test centers worldwide, and 17 of those are in California. Currently, right now, Pearson VUE maintains 1,800 authorized test centers worldwide, and 109 are in California. So if we were to move forward, there would definitely be a lot more discussions on opening up that availability and working with Prometric to see what they can do to increase their footprint in California. And I know that Lois has already been kind of in preliminary discussions of talking with them just to see what could be done. And I think that is the end, kind of what I had to report. I just want to make sure, is Lois Bergen, is she on? Not David. Is it David? Yeah, David. Is David? Are you there?
Hold on just a moment. I am checking. We have Lois.
Oh, great. Good morning, Lois.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
We just got, I don't know if you were able to listen, but I just got done with my report. I'm opening it up for questions now. Good morning, by the way. I don't know if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Sure. And yes, I've been on for about
25 minutes. So I've
Oh,
heard
good.
some of the very fascinating discussion. I'm Lois Poffbergen. I serve as the Executive Director of AMFTRB as well as the Examination Administrator overseeing that whole realm.
Thank you. So I'm gonna, I guess, open it up for questions then.
Nick?
Yeah, good morning. I just had a couple questions. One is, I'm curious, how many, well, let me back up. Are there any items on the test now that are testing items that exist on the national exam? Is there a certain percentage or a certain number of items that are used for future tests?
Are you referring to pre-test items?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, at the moment, no. All of the 180 items on the exam count toward your exam score. We have not pre-tested items because we use an ANGOF scoring method where after the exams are completed, if there are exams that are statistically or content-wise that don't make sense, we have the ability to, within 24 hours before score reports are issued, review them and make decisions about, for example, if something needs to be double keyed, if there was something because of the statistics that looked like candidates were guessing, for example, that wasn't clear on our part, then we have the ability to double key it, or in some cases, score all answers to that correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And then in terms of how this will be potentially sharing, I know like the test bank, for example, as consideration. I know there was some conversations that we had during the last board meeting about some areas that we were hoping to consider specific to California, given the large number of MFTs here. I'm curious, in the future, and my understanding correctly, if I heard you, Steve, is that California is part of the regulatory board as it is now, correct, in terms of
Yes.
participation. So will the board continue to have a part in terms of items in future testing specific topics in the future? Because I guess my concern, okay, good.
If I don't mean to cut you off, but yes, and actually, California was one of the founding members of AMFTRB, and at that time had their own exam. Some states looked at it to use it and then didn't use it. So we are here many years later. Always throughout all of the road delineation studies that we've done since, I guess the first one was in 1987, California has been a huge participant. And in fact, California MFTs, because essentially California MFTs have always been about half of, or close to half of all of the US MFTs. So they've been involved on the exam construction committee. They've been involved as item writers. They've been involved on ANGOF panels. Californians have been involved in every level of the exam for many, many years. And that absolutely will continue. Currently on this road delineation study, both BBS and CAMFT have provided names of people, one of whom's on the steering committee, which is the overarching committee, several on the task force committee, a couple of independent readers who are in the process right now of looking at what the other two committees came up with. And then the next group will be beta testers to look at the survey before it's sent out. And I would still welcome, and I said this to Steve the other day, I believe, when he was at our meeting, we would still welcome a couple of beta testers from California, CAMFT or BBS, to look at that survey before it gets launched. And the survey will be completed. Our goal is by the end of November, so it can be published and then distributed in January to gather the data. And all states, including California, obviously, are being asked to provide, and both CAMFT and BBS have said yes, they would help us get this a subject matter group identified through emails, and those would be part of the online survey group.
Great, thank you.
Susan?
Yeah, I'm really curious, since there are 109 places, I think it is, in California now how Prometrics could deal with that, because I would think that the licensed people who want to be licensed are going to not be happy if it goes down from 109 locations to 17.
Yes, and just Wednesday, actually, I sat down with the Prometric folks at the annual meeting and talked about this. And Steve hasn't even heard this yet. However, we are going to ask Steve and all of the people that work with him to provide us with, if possible, the zip code use, by zip code, the use of the exam in California. Prometric then, and with us and PTC, will put that together and find out where the highest need exists compared to what we had or what Prometric offers at the moment. And those discussions have already started. So as soon as we have the capacity by, or the use by zip code in California, and I looked this up the other day, I had no idea. There were 1,765 zip codes in California. So I think that will give us a great deal of information about how to build what we need for accessibility. Oh, and secondly, also with PTC, our vendor, during COVID, we were able to expand from the 1 week of giving the exam per month to obviously many weeks. And that is, I don't want to say an easy change, but a fairly simple change to offer continuous testing, one that we're well aware of. And with the kind of numbers that California tests, that makes a great deal of sense to us.
Thank you. Any other, Justin?
Justin Huft, LMFT. I think that I am still a little concerned about transparency around pass rates as they relate to race and gender equity. Can you talk a little bit more about what that transparency will look like? Because I think the BVS has not, to my knowledge, received that. I don't think that that's public information either.
Well, it's not public information, but we did receive, I just received the annual report for those. And so I can share those with the board members.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yes, I would say that this is not only a question for California, it's a question for all of the places that the exam is used. And the DEIA information we continue to refine and work on. One of the good things about the survey for the role delineation study is that we are trying to expand and be as clear and requiring as possible of that kind of data that we can collect. We are somewhat hamstringed by what is legal to ask people to absolutely have required and reported. We have some ideas about, for example, in gender identification, which can't be a required question necessarily. We have some ideas about how to ask and provide answers in a bit of a different way so that someone can just say, I prefer not to answer, but the whole thing and skip the question, but start with, you have to answer the question even if it is prefer not to answer. So that would give us a little more data that we think would be helpful. The other part of what we've been learning is that we conducted a survey of the candidates in 2023 who both passed and failed the exam to use that learning a little bit of a different way again to try to get to what are the strengths of the people who and characteristics of the people who pass the exam and what are the strengths and characteristics of and weaknesses of the people who don't pass the exam. One of which I can share in this setting is that consistently people who fail after 3 to 4 times more than likely are never going to pass the exam, especially if how their scores perform in certain domains remains steady across time, which means it's a valid and reliable measure. They're not like, oh, one time they didn't do as well in one domain, another time they didn't do as well in another domain. So expanding and exploring what that means, and if there are programs and training programs that we can identify some of the strengths and weaknesses to them more directly from what we've seen about their candidates. That's one of the discussions we're in about going forward. States do receive a quarterly report on the exam from us about how the candidates who identify the programs they were trained in did. And then your board would have the decision-making power to decide what you did with that data that comes to you from us. So we're working toward more of that kind of gathering of data and publishing it in some ways that are more helpful. I think, for example, this is just our board meeting was just this last week. So we're working on how do we think it would be helpful if people recognized that continuing to take the test for many times without some intervention, either from the board or on their own, is not a good idea. We also were discussing AI and using AI as a way to help someone who fails find a different way to prepare, because obviously the ways that they're going back and doing the same thing over and over are not helping them succeed at passing it down the road. So that's another new initiative. And we had an expert from California who was an LMFT on at our meeting and she is very interested in helping us think about how could that assist with someone who fails the first time, the second time, and third time, but also provide boards with some ideas about what to do. California does a good job of, I believe, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, 7 years from the time that someone applies to whether or not they pass. Then at that point, the board intervenes and has them recertified. That may be the wrong word, but you can speak to that. Some other states have taken a position that if you fail the exam 3 times, you can never take it again in that state. And other boards have intervened by meeting where there are fewer MFTs, obviously, that they meet directly with the person who's failed. I think it's 3 times, to say, what are you going to do differently? What are your weak areas, your strong areas? What's your plan for preparing differently before we say, yes, you can take the exam again?
Thank you. And yeah, just to clarify, it's 7 years from your first attempt on the clinical. Then you have to actually, at that point, if you haven't passed within 7 years, then you have to actually go back and start the process over again. The other thing you're talking about, gained from the annual conference that we just had, was the other idea of the board possibly, somebody doesn't pass the exam after 2 attempts, looking at providing them with some sort of test prep that they can utilize to go for. That was an interesting concept. So
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I understood this correctly. Each state gets a quarterly report of pass rates by demographic. Is that correct?
They get an annual report of that, but get a quarterly report on the training programs in their state that their candidates say they've attended, which, surprising to me, isn't always correct, but we do the best we can. So every quarter, California gets a report of the training. If someone from California takes this exam, they would get the report of that school and how their graduates did, both by pass fail and by domain.
And that's kind of what we do too. We do the school report in our exam pass fail rates. But the nice thing about that one is it's the content area. We don't go across content area, which would be very interesting to see.
Great, thank you. And what does AMFTRB do if there are notable significant discrepancies in pass rates between groups?
That is, well, the diff analysis is the first thing that we implemented a few years ago to look specifically at items to see what, if there's an item statistically that shows up that it's discriminating against a group, whatever the dynamics of the group are. The more DEIA information we have, the better and more helpful that can get, because candidates who sign up for the exam also answer some questions about that. The second piece we do is that candidates can share information directly with us if they find something. The example I have is one person found an offensive question, wrote to us, and we immediately responded with, "We'll look at this item." We have some pretty good flexibility. I would probably brag about that we can look at an item specifically before the score goes out to say, yeah, that was missed. Whatever happened in all the review processes and the editorial processes and from the item writers, we have pretty good flexibility. And so in that case of this one person who it was a legitimate claim about this was an offensive question to this person, we were able to pull that out of the exam. And the people who got the score, then everyone's got it scored or counted correctly.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And I would add, and sometimes I assume people know more than, because I think they know. We do at every level attempt to have as much diversity represented across from geographic to ethnic background on all of the groups involved in creating an exam. Steve mentioned obtaining the California item bank. That to us will be, I think, a really helpful item because of the two content areas that we've heard from California's concern. Two, I think, were something I'd also already considered, but it really helped to have the backing of your state say yes. Agency work, because not all states have candidates who are very involved in agency work, and the number of immigrants and refugees. I think there's some states on different parts of the country that have that as an influencing number. There's clearly some states that don't. So I think those areas we've heard and already begun to ask and write more items that will now be showing up in the 2024 exams and the 2025 exams. So I think that has been a helpful thing to be able to say, yes, there are some differences between states and commonwealths. We also have a couple, I think I've said this before, very small groups. Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands are all members of the association, and we up until this year had a board member who was from Guam who helped with writing items, ANGOF, those kinds of things, to make sure that candidates on the island were able to say, yes, this makes sense to us as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Isn't it true, Lois, that all the exam writing, anybody involved in the exam writing or the testing, they go through a DEIA kind of training?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's kind of part of that a little bit.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from our board? All right, any comments from our audience?
Good morning again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMPT. Really appreciate the report this morning, and thank you again to the board and AMFTRB on both the content development conversation and also the frequency of the exam. CAMPT, we continue to really strongly support moving forward with accepting the AMFTRB national exam, and given what we heard in today's report, we're happy to share the job task analysis survey with our members when that becomes available to ensure that California practitioners have that chance and that opportunity to engage and also provide feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Hi, good morning again. Ben Caldwell, MFT. I've got 4 questions. I'll do my best to keep them under 2 minutes. First, to Board Member Huff's question, clinical exams across mental health professions have come under significant criticism for their disparate outcomes on the basis of race and ethnicity, and failure to adhere to a number of testing industry norms. At a prior BBS meeting, board member statements implied that the AMFTRB exam does not produce disparities as deep as those of other professions. Is that true? And if so, will you commit to publishing the data that establishes that? Second, can you describe the processes that AMFTRB uses to assess its exam for differential item functioning and differential test functioning, particularly in light of recent research demonstrating that statistically significant DTF can occur, producing biased test outcomes, even in the absence of statistically significant DIF? Third, you suggested that test items may be removed from scoring or otherwise adjusted as a result of DIF after having been administered to examinees, but before score reports are issued. How often does this occur? And what happens when an item that has been previously used as a scored item shows up in a next test cycle as possessing statistically significant DIF? And then finally, AMFTRB has an opportunity to build trust and legitimacy with California stakeholders through transparency and responsiveness. Unfortunately, at this time, AMFTRB publishes no technical manual and little to no data that is accessible to the public. And I and others have found it difficult to even get a response when attempting to contact AMFTRB through its website. What specific steps will you commit to taking to improve transparency and responsiveness to build
15
trust
seconds.
with California examinees and stakeholders? Hey, I made it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben.
Because I can't read that. Lois, would you be able to respond to some of those, or do you want to?
Sure, several. First, the publishing of data for California, the board, your BBS owns that data, can decide how they want to use and distribute it. The processes of the DIF, as far as item analysis and form analysis, the test, yes, we are increasingly using that on all 4 forms as well as all of the items on the forms. That the diff of the test form is very much of interest to us, because you are correct that the process by item, they show different things that we use. Test items, these are quick answers for my jotting down your questions. The test items, after they come up as a difficulty in the form that is out, if it is remaining in the form that is the next month, forms are available for 3 months, then it's automatically scored for everyone to the. If we change a scoring in one, it continues with that change scoring until it's either the form is off, and then the exam construction committee looks at, should the form or should the item die, can it be changed, that kind of thing. So if it is double keyed, say item number 3 is double keyed in form B, it's always double keyed in form B going forward. And the last one, the transparency, I certainly will take that question to how much we can publish, because from our perspective, the states have the most responsibility to do with their data what they need to. What I can tell you that we've discussed is how to go more directly to the public, for example, with the fact that if you fail the exam 3 to 4 times, there's not much likelihood that you will pass the exam without doing something significant to change that. We probably will also publish some of the data from our 2023 study in what we found as far as what are some of the weaknesses and strengths. And going forward, the technical manual we have, again, I need a better definition of what you mean by the technical manual, but the candidate handbook is out there. The states do get quarterly reports as well as the annual report, which we can always take and improve upon, I believe. And the data, I think, will get much more valuable with more people participating in the exam. That makes our numbers much more reliable. because we have a fairly small sample size for many of these things.
All right, thank you, Lois. Do we have any comments from our online participants?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request comes from Kathy Atkins. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Morning, this is Kathy Atkins from CAMPT. Thank you to the BBS for continuing to move forward and work with the board, committee, and stakeholders on possible advancement towards the AMFTRB exam. Also to Lois for providing the information. CAMPT recognizes that testing is an imperfect art and science, and we appreciate the openness of trying to tackle the different questions, some of which are easy and some are complicated. So thank you for that. We do feel, CAMP does feel strongly that moving to the national exam will drastically help many MFTs who wish to pursue license portability to make that an easier pursuit for their practice, as well as assisting with more jobs on the federal level, the ease of moving into those areas. I also I want to acknowledge appreciation of the openness to allow stakeholder feedback at the development of the testing and implementation. It's like the Hamilton, I want to be in the room where it happens. And I think that is absolutely important for stakeholders, for MFTs, not just CAMPT, but the MFTs that are on the ground level, taking the tests, seeing where the problems lie. So, we encourage AMFTRB to continue with that pursuit, and in any way CAMPT can make that an easier process by disseminating
15 seconds.
Surveys, calls for folks to be a part of it. We encourage that continued transparency and openness, and we're here to help in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
And that was our only online request.
Thank you, moderator. I do appreciate Justin.
Justin Huft. If the pass rate data is owned by the BBS, is there any reason why the BBS can't commit today to publishing it and making that accessible to the public?
I would have to talk with Lois just to see what we could and could not. But I mean, what data can be published or not, I'm not sure. So, and I don't know if, Lois, you mean that if we get a specific state report that could be shared? I don't know.
Yes, what I can, that with caveats, what you would get is the reports of the schools in California as people reported that they were graduates of those schools, and you could decide if you, for example, wanted to share that in how and when and where with your schools. You wouldn't necessarily know anything about Florida schools in that report. So in that sense, it's California specific data.
So to clarify, we have basically that equivalent data already, and we publish it. Am I missing that we also receive an annual report of demographic information that the BBS owns and then can subsequently make public?
No, I think it's the school report we have the ability to share. And it's the annual report, though, is confidential.
Confidential to the BBS?
Yes.
Well,
it can't be shared.
Why is that?
Let me get back to you on that.
Yeah, I mean, I won't speak for the board, but I will say that this it seems to be an ongoing issue through multiple national boards, multiple exams, and to have a lack of transparency for years now, and to be met with that lack of transparency is concerning. As we're trying to move forward with this, and we're met with
maybe we have the information and maybe you can have it, but you can't share it with anybody. That's a strange way to be moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Justin. Any other comments? Okay, and thank you, Lois. Clearly, we'll continue talking about this issue.
Great. And thank you, both CAMP and VBS, for saying yes to helping distribute the survey and for providing people that are willing to be item writers all the way through the process. Appreciate that a great deal.
Thank you. Next is item number 16, discussion and possible recommendation for the board's sunset report. Steve?
Sorry, there, got to log back in. So I have, we are going through sunset report. We're going through sunset. Our sunset period is for next year. So what we have to do is present a report to the legislature that explains kind of our activities over the last 4 years, showing them stats and kind of our licensing process and kind of basically a whole description of the board. Sorry here, I just need a. So what the attachment is basically a rough draft currently of what we have so far for the sunset report. And I kind of wanted to point out, though, there is a part of the sunset report where it asks about every year they identify issues that they want us to talk about. And then we have the opportunity to actually put forward issues that we see maybe things that the board should be working on in the next upcoming 4 years or during the next period, our next kind of 4 years. So what I had put out in the memo, albeit I'd prefer, please read over the sunset report and see if there's additional suggestions or comments you might have on that for edits. Really, I wanted you to also to concentrate on the issues that so far we're going to put forward. And this is a draft, so there's going to be a lot more words on the final draft about each of these issues. Really, it was just kind of a snapshot right now, kind of giving you a basic description. But if you see there, we have first of all, one of the issues is just technical cleanup to laws and for statutes. It's we have various amendments that we need to make. We are also looking at amendments to the LEP education and experience requirements, and those discussions are currently going on, and I believe will be part of today's discussion. Today's discussion. Additionally, retired license amendments, and then we get into some of the kind of the nuanced issues. And the first one, this was a actual issue that was brought up last year or last sunset period, and I'm putting it on again. And this is taking a look to see if we need to expand the LPCC professional representation on the board. So that is one of them. And then we have another one of looking at supervision of pre-licensed individuals. Some of these issues might be clarified in the terms as I work. I know well, Nick, you had brought this up, and so that might be clarified a little bit different, but in the essence, looking at those, how are trainees being supervised and maybe their practicum, how that works. We want to make sure that they are getting proper supervision for licensure. We're looking at processing timelines. That's always, I think, something that I know we didn't have it on the last report, but I want to put it on this report because we have a lot of ideas about how to actually work through that, and I think it does need to be addressed. And artificial intelligence. It's a big subject, but there's a lot of discussion going on, and so what we will be doing is bringing that to these will probably be brought to committee first so that we can discuss, and then bringing them to the board if there's any proposals. So artificial intelligence, outreach and education, that is something that, as I kind of was explaining yesterday, is something that I think we have an opportunity to expand and that we should expand. And with the new outreach and education committee, I think we will be able to do a lot of work. So I want to put that on there to kind of as we look forward, that we have that, as one of our issues that we can focus on. Interstate compacts, I think that goes without saying. We're going to have to discuss that. So that's on there. And then the AMFTRB exam. So those are the ones that I've identified. The current descriptions in the draft form, it's going to be definitely expanded in the next 2 months. Not even that. I got till November. I will be expanding on those issues. Plus, there will be additional items within the sunset report. There's more really explaining the process that I may have not addressed in there, but more procedural stuff that we need to kind of describe, and that will be in there. The process, how this works is in November, I will bring a final version to the board to finally approve it. So get your approval on what you see. And then we actually have to submit this to legislature in January. And then after that, they will respond with some maybe additional questions that they have on our board. And then we will have to go to testify in front of the Business Services Joint Committee sometime in March. To make our case that we should exist for another 4 years. So there you have it. Questions?
So, Steve, regarding issue 9, I think one of the things that PBS should bring up to the legislature is we've got to get a handle on who is kind of guiding us on these interstate compacts, because there's multiple of them. Because apparently it's not the California Uniform Law Commission. And I share Ms. Helms and BBS's frustration that we reached out to the Commission on Uniform State Laws and didn't get a response, which is a mandated commission. And I understand that that's working with the Uniform Law Commission, but we also have 2 other compacts. We have the Social Work Compact through the Council of State Governments, and then we have the Counseling Compact, which is sort of off over here. And then we have all these uniform law compacts, which are being kind of administered through the California Uniform Law Commission. So everyone's sort of pointing their own way. So I think the legislature needs to provide some guidance to us as to whether or not, is it BBS's duty to go out and evaluate and search these compacts as a sort of enforcement entity? Because that is a weighty task for BBS to take on. Is it the legislative analyst's duty to go and evaluate these uniform compacts? Because if so, please let us know. But we are getting comments about joining uniform compacts, and that's certainly fine. That's a good thing. But we need some guidance from the legislature on who is guiding us, and if it's us, please let us know.
Thank you.
Or we can just ask Roseanne to do it.
No, we can put that into the write-up, something that's to that effect.
Yes. So another thing I would maybe consider looking at is the current testing and assessment restrictions that exist for, I know for LPCCs, and I can't recall, I was trying to look it up if MFT falls under that as well, that limit the types of tests used for clinical care of patients and clients in the state, specific to a battery of 3 or more, for neurotesting, those types of things, some of which those restrictions could be competently administered under the proper supervision and training, but in the state of California limit clinicians' ability to use specific tests in the course of treatment and diagnosis. So I would like to see that explored as part of the sunset report, if we could, please.
I will definitely follow up with you on that one. So,
Thank you, Nick. Any other comments from our board members? Abigail?
Yeah, I would like to see like an issue that we can focus on specific to like reducing disparities, right, inside of testing. that has been coming up over and over. And I think it's a key area of concern and should be one of the items listed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Susan.
Just curious whether legislatures about life coaches. I know we've talked about it in the past, but I mean, do we know what has happened with life coaches?
I don't know that that's part of our sunset review, Susan,
Well, if they asked us.
but it's not under our purview.
Well, I think actually just to, I mean, I'm sorry, can I?
Yeah.
We are going to continue having those discussions. They could ask us, they do have an opportunity to ask us, but then once they ask us, we have a period to respond back. So, but I think really what we're looking at, I am really for at least what I'm kind of thinking or we're going to be asked about and kind of can, you know, with the confirmation questions we receive, is really going to be about AI, workforce development, and that sort of area. And then actually supervision. That came on as one of the issues last time, is how do we actually make sure that people are getting, you know, the supervision they're supposed to be. So that kind of ties in with one of the issues we have on here. So, but I don't know. It is something that we will be discussing. I know we're already having it in some of the committees that we are going to be discussing, not necessarily life coach, but pastoral counseling will be on there. And I think organically we're going to have to speak about that anyway with all the new, and forgive me if I use this term wrong, paraprofessionals. I don't know if that's necessarily technically the term, but wellness coaches, coaches, and peer counselors. They're really needed to help out with the, you know, the mental health workforce shortage, but we need to have discussions to make sure that there's nothing that we need to, you know, do we need to have some more regulations on that? So we will be discussing those.
Thanks, Steve.
Sure.
John?
Another thing that I think we might want to consider at least having some information about, because there was that bill that came up earlier in the year, is our approach towards medically assisted treatment. And I think that may be a question that comes up as well, because that is a movement that California is kind of leading the way on. And a lot of our licensees and registrants are participating in that work. And I think it might be something we might want to be able to talk about.
One last thing, Steve.
You're
So
talking about psychedelic, okay.
All right, Abigail and then Nick.
Just to piggyback off of what Susan stated, I think where it pertains to us is that there are therapists that are transitioning to coaches and they want to protect their license as therapists and serve as coaches sometimes at the same time, or they want to transition over. There's like a lot of speculation on how to do that. And if we can give, you know, clear guidelines or regulations around how to do that, I know that that would make a difference out there.
Thank you. Nick?
I was just going to say, Steve, also, I don't know if my last comment is appropriate for this or not, but I guess generally the scope of practice would be what I would be suggesting. And again, I don't know if this sunset bill is the place for that or not, but that would sort of encompass that assessment piece.
Anyone else? Abigail?
We haven't, I don't know if this also should be included, but not from the child and adolescent perspective, there's not a clarity inside of like documentation, like what to share or not share with custodial or non-custodial parents. If we can have more clarity around that, we have a lot for foster care children, but not for non-foster care kids. And the divorce rate has increased. There's more movement inside of those court systems. And, I've looked myself and there's, again, it's a lot of speculation, but not clear regulations.
Follow up with you on that.
Just following up on that, on Board Member Ortega's comment, from a licensing perspective, it's important because it is frequent that in child custody situations and, child welfare situations, an attacking point becomes the therapist if the child is involved in mental health treatment. And we want to ensure that our licensees have a very clear understanding of what the law is, because the law is not really very clear, particularly on the sharing of mental health information.
Dr. Walker.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the process itself of the hearing. Steve, are you allowed adequate time to go over all of the issues that you may want to put forth?
Honestly, when you're going to those hearings, you're hoping you not have any time. They just say, great, is really honestly is kind of the presentation is usually, presentation is very short. It's here we are, here's the board, we're ready
Right.
for all your questions.
Yeah.
And then it's really them asking questions of us to clarify or to get more information. And so it's not, it's not really a chance to go up to describe everything we've been doing. Usually just a real short and then waiting for all the.
Yeah, I am not surprised at your response. That's why I asked the question. With that said, so if you are able to get in, something of substance, are these issues in order of priority, or what do you really hope to present on behalf of BBS at this review?
There's really no priority in the numbering there. I mean, it's just a matter of we had 10 and
Well,
so
what
there's.
do you think is important to put forth, though? I want them to walk away with something that's relevant. and
Usually
substantial.
you wouldn't even address and put forth, I think you would say, it's really when you're going up there to do the testimony. It is to just say, the board has been, we've been very busy. It's been, we keep increasing in licensure and there's not really a big presentation of the issues. These are posted out there so they can look at them before the hearing to go, oh, one of these things might be interesting to them. And so then they can get clarification on the issues.
So I find this interesting when we look at the work that we do in Sacramento at this level and the use of our time and energy in presenting such materials and information as you just described almost seems like a waste of time to me. So is the effort that you're putting into this work with yourself and staff, is this going to be a report that is submitted? Since it doesn't sound like the verbal presentation is really.
Oh, yeah. No, this is definitely.
It'll be on the record.
It will be on the record,
Okay.
and then we'll get it nicely printed up too. It'll be posted on our website. Yeah,
Great.
so
Trying to put it in context. So this is for public consumption?
Yes.
And okay. Is that the main purpose of this? I'm kind of looking
Um,
at legal here.
I think
so-
kind of. I mean, the main purpose is to be able to show as a board, what,
What we do.
our existence and what we have done. And, if the people can look at that and kind of make comments if they think we should exist for another 4 years. So
Transparency.
transparency, yeah.
My understanding is we do this every 4 years, correct?
Every 4 years, but I mean, it can, if for some reason they could, reduce that, if they would think there's issues with the board. So far, we have never had any issues at Sunset.
Okay.
And in fact, many of the questions last time were really, we didn't receive many, although it was during COVID. So I don't know if people were really interested in a long
Right.
process. So
I appreciate your response. So I trust that you're putting in the adequate time that's needed to.
it's a lot of time.
Is
Get my
the
gist.
last sunset
Or
report?
not.
Is the last sunset report on the website?
Yeah, the last
if you
sunset
wanna
report
take a
is on the
look at-
website.
The last one's on the website. You can see kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
see
yeah,
kind of what
again,
it looks
I'm,
like.
this is my first term. I'm new to this. I understand where the information is, but I'm also understanding where our time, work, and effort comes in and
Yeah.
how that's utilized. And yeah,
It is.
here, there, and everywhere.
It is a lot of work. I have to say though, the process is, as the executive officer going through that and reviewing it, it really does make you sit down to see, first of all, oh, we've done that over the past 4 years. That's great. But at the same time, looking at these issues, where are we going to move forward in the next 4 years? So
And as
it's
a
kinda
board
good.
member, this is relevant, fascinating, necessary, important, significant, and all of the above.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the time that and consideration that you're putting into it because it means a lot to me.
Thank
So
you.
I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Annette. Anything else?
Yeah.
All right, any comments from our audience here in the room?
Hello again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMP. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time to go over the initial draft of the Sunset Report here. Many of the key areas of concern that you shared on that list are also of significant matter for CAMP. Items like processing timelines, artificial intelligence, and the national exam, just to name a couple. So happy to see those items in the report, and CAMP will continue to review the report and engage as necessary before the final draft comes up again in November for approval. And lastly, we're just looking forward to continuing, to engage in conversations around all those different items with staff, committee members, the board, and also other stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you, Shanti. Any other comments from our audience here in the room? Any comments from our remote audience moderator?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request is coming from Kathy Atkins. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Kathy Atkins from CAMP. I wanted to thank Steve for reviewing these the various items, as well as the board for some of the additional aspects they added. I just bring up that CAMP, as well as I suspect NSAW and CalPIC, are looking at these and assessing them both through a strategic plan lens, as well as advocacy, as well as, what does the future hold? And I suspect there's a lot of overlap in areas of lack of information or desire for information, and just encouraging the BBS to utilize the associations for mutual data mining, as well as research. Again, I suspect NSAW and CalPIC are in the same position. So, we're happy to, at one of these stakeholder groups that BBS runs, provide sort of what we're looking at and where we are. And we look forward to working together on some of these very complicated and important issues that the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
And I saw a hand from GV Ayers go up several times. If you'd still like to make a comment, put that hand up one more time, please. All right. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning. This is GV. Good morning. This is GV Ayers, representing CalPIC. Appreciate what Kathy Atkins said, and we identify with that. Yes, we would love as an association to be used as a resource there, and we appreciate how that the BBS does, leadership does use us as a resource. I'd like to just make a very quick comment concerning several things that we've talked about here. As a legislative staffer when Sunset was established in 1993, and through many of the years of the early days of Sunset Review, and then some of the later ones too, I appreciate and understand the angst that the board has to go through in doing these Sunset reports and in the hearings, and appreciate that. But it's somewhat like doing your taxes. It's an excruciating task, but you begin to understand yourself a whole lot better in doing that. But I will say concerning items number 4, adding an LPCC board member, this will be a legislative priority for CalPIC this year. in the upcoming year. And so just wanted to touch on that. Issue number 5, student oversight for pre-licensed and trainees. Yes, we agree that that needs to be looked at, and there we need to do whatever we can to close loops in that. Interstate compacts continues to be a concern for us. As you know, we had AB 2566
seconds.
Wilson, which passed this last year, and so we want to continue that. Also, the testing, the psychological testing that Dr. Boyd talked about, section 4999.20C
Time.
is where that is, and we're concerned with that too. Thank you.
Thank you, JB.
And that was our last request online.
All right, thank you, moderator. We appreciate the discussion. I think at this point, what we'll do is take a short 10-minute break, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back and continue. Thank you.
Recovery from hurricane.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next on the agenda, item number 17, discussion and possible action regarding statutory and regulatory amendments to accept the American Association of Marriage and Family Therapists Regulatory Board's clinical examination for California licensure. Roseanne, would you please give us an overview?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So as we discussed a little earlier about AMFTRB and some of the things that they're looking at before California accepts their national exam, which the board is considering. Right now, as we mentioned earlier, all LMFTs in California have to pass a board-administered LMFT clinical exam. But in contrast, all other states require the passing of the AMFTRB marital and family therapy national exam. So the board has already adopted national clinical exams for LCSWs and LPCCs, and one of the board's strategic plan goals is currently to explore the feasibility of adopting the AMFTRB national exam. And so we had the discussion about the May 2024 board direction that basically was to look at some of the board's concerns about the scope of the exam, and then also work with legal counsel to look at what legislative or regulatory changes would be necessary if the board wanted to accept that national exam. So that piece is what I've been looking at while Steve works with AMFTRB on the other piece. So we consulted with board's legal counsel and reviewed both the statutes and regulations related to the LMFT clinical exam to see what changes would be needed. And we have determined that both statutory and regulatory changes would be necessary to adopt a national exam as the LMFT clinical exam. So first, with statutory amendments, those are shown in attachment A. Statutory amendments would be needed to basically set the table to allow the board the authority to choose to adopt the national clinical exam via regulations if it desires. There's some things in the statutes that need to change to allow even the possibility of accepting a national exam, and then also to allow that national exam to charge its current fee. The board currently charges $250 for its clinical exam, while AMFTRB currently charges $370 for its exam. So we need to allow for that flexibility in statute. Statutory amendments would not adopt the AMFTRB clinical exam upon their effectiveness. They would simply lay the groundwork to allow the adoption of AMFT national exam if the board chose to via regulations. And so the statutory amendments in attachment A could be pursued as a first step this coming year in the board's sunset or omnibus bill. After that ran this year, then the board would need to consider the regulatory amendments. And I've shown them in attachment B, just not for consideration of adoption of attachment B today, but just to show you what it would look like. Those are the amendments that would need to officially name the AMFTRB national exam as the clinical exam the board accepts. And that would officially adopt the national exam. So the statutory amendments in attachment A, which we're discussing approval of today, would kind of set the table for the possibility. The regulatory attachment amendments in attachment B, which we're not asking for approval on today, would be the actual trigger that when those are adopted, then the national AMFTRB exam would be the exam. So we discussed this at the Policy and Advocacy Committee meeting in August. And the committee directed staff to bring the statutory amendments to the board for consideration as a legislative proposal. So that is the recommended discussion and motion for today is to look at attachment A, the statutory amendments to allow adoption of the AMFTRB clinical exam, and determine if the board wants to direct staff to pursue those this year as a legislative proposal. I'll open up for discussion.
Any discussion or comments from our board members?
So Roseanne, if I'm understanding you correctly, this doesn't pull the trigger yet. It just wraps everything.
It does not pull the trigger yet.
Okay, that's it.
Any other, Annette?
Just a segue, but if to pull the trigger and move forward today with attachment A, can you pull it back? Can it be, is it a living doc?
The changes are pretty innocuous, so that it just allows the possibility for a national exam in the future. So the two significant changes are in 4980.397. It changes the language. It just, instead of saying the board requires a clinical exam, it says a clinical exam either administered by the board or a public or private organization as specified in regulations. And then the other major change would be for the fee on page 1711. It says the fee for the board administered exam is $250 right now. This would add another option saying if the board chooses to adopt an exam by another organization, then it's that organization's fee. So there's no real need. I mean, the board could go back if it wanted to. There wouldn't be a need to. It would just, the language would be irrelevant until a national exam was adopted. And that could be a year from now. It could be 10 years
Right.
from now.
So it would be a living doc because at any point we may want to change some of the language.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Justin.
Justin Huff. Roseanne, this caps it in 4984.74A. It caps the cost of an exam at $500. And I understand where AMFTRB is away from that. What happens if a national exam wants to charge more than $500? It doesn't prevent them from doing that. We then have to change our legislation. Is that correct?
We wouldn't have to actually change for the cap. So we already have, the way that they do things with fees is there's usually a minimum charge and a maximum charge, and we set the maximum charge in regulations. So we have the ability, that sentence allows the board the authority to go up to $500. The second sentence allows the national examination entity, if it's accepted, to charge whatever they want. The 500 is limited to us. Now, they may have a problem with us if they decide to set it too high, but we wouldn't have to change our statute if they did.
Okay, thank you. Can I make a motion?
Yes, Abigail has a question first, if you'd like to just hold off for a moment.
Oh, just so I can get some perspective, how much are the LPC exams and the LCSW exams? Oh,
I think they're around 300.
It's around 270, 300.
okay, so it's
Right.
all around the same.
Yeah.
They're all pretty much on par with each other.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Justin, you had a motion?
Justin Huff, I motion to conduct an open discussion regarding the proposed statutory amendment shown in attachment A. Is that correct? Is that the
Yes.
motion?
And to
No,
make,
this is the discussion.
Right.
Motion is-
The motion would be to direct staff to
To make any discussed changes and any non-substantive changes and to pursue as a legislative proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Annette seconds. Any further discussion from the board? John?
Roseanne? Got it. Roseanne, quick question. With this movement in committee about moving the test to the 875 clinical experience hours for MFTs, is this going to be able to dovetail into that? Are there any things we need to be aware of these kind of parallel processes happening?
I don't believe that it would affect it. I think they already allow some early exam eligibility.
Correct. They already allow, and it would be, I think, it kind of similar to what the discussion with at ASWB. It would just be working towards with their board in accepting kind of
Yeah.
that.
With the other two, we'd have to work with the board, especially with ASWB. So we'd just have to kind of vet that through one additional test vendor rather than two.
Yeah, and like you said, there other jurisdictions do offer a lower threshold to get into the clinical. So,
Further comments? Excellent. Do we have any comments from our audience? Sorry, our in-person audience.
Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMT. Roseanne, thank you so much and the rest of staff for your work to identify and draft the proposed amendments to the relevant sections in statute and regulations for this transition. Like I said earlier, CAMP continues to be in very strong support of this transition to the national exam, and thank you to all the board members for the motion to move forward with this as a legislative proposal.
Thank you, Shanti.
Good morning, Ben Caldwell. I also want to thank Roseanne and the board and staff for their continued work on this. To be clear, I also continue to support the transition to the national MFT exam. My concerns expressed earlier around test development, equity, and transparency don't negate that support. I just hope that the board can use its leverage in the transition process to require some movement toward a better exam process for everyone. One option for doing so would be to put a requirement in statute that for a national exam to be accepted by the board, the exam developer must publish for the public on an annual basis a report of exam pass rates disaggregated by race and ethnicity, gender, age, and any other factors the board deems important. There are other ways to get there too. I just hope that the board will use its leverage to push the exam process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Do we have any comments from our remote audience, moderator?
We are on agenda item 17 and there is a motion on the floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... and cycle through your 3 different screens. Our first request comes from Kathy Atkins. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi again, Kathy Atkins with CAMP. Just continued appreciation and support. Thank you.
And that was our only online request.
Thank you. We're back to John.
Thank you. John Sovek, LMFT. We talked about this in P&A, and I want to just bring it up again and see if there's any way language-wise we can do anything with this. In the fee structure change comment, in our original language, we have set a cap, and you told me there were specific reasons why that happened. I just have this discomfort with saying examination fee shall be determined by the organization externally with no potential cap on that. Is there any way we can write a cap in that statement or reflect that our cap applies to this as well too?
We would have to reconsider the exam. If we didn't like the fee, we would learn of that, and then we would have to consider what to do. But I don't think that we can negate that through statute. I'm going to let legal speak to that.
We're not the organization, right? We're not that organization, so we don't determine their fees.
Is there any way to write this in a way that says that there is a cap that we're willing to accept?
Well, but then how would we, what, if they're over the cap, then our potential licensees cannot take the exam, right? We can adopt the exam. So then they wouldn't have an exam to take.
So I guess what I'm trying to bring up is I feel one of the things that I always talk about here is like we're constantly asking our people to pay more and more money into stuff. And I'm trying to find if there's any way that in this process, either through statute or regulation, we can make sure that we are addressing the needs of our people taking the test that doesn't make it financially unattainable to them. And once again, we're in a position where we are inviting AMFTRB to come into the largest population of MFTs in the country. And that's a really big, piece of something they would like to attain. So I don't know where it comes into this process that we can be aware of how we want to protect our people from exorbitant fees that may come up in the future, knowing that our hands may be tied because we've accepted this as the test. Oh no, we can't kick back on it unless we do our own test, and that'll take us 4 years to implement. I just want to know if there's anywhere along this journey that we can be aware of this.
Christy.
Christy Schilge, a Regulations Counsel, former board counsel for this board. So that has been a historical concern for the board, and why the board, one of the reasons the board didn't transition to the national exam previously. And so, but the national exams got different people involved this time, and they understand the history, and they understand that California brings a large population. So they, as long as they address your concerns, your leverage is, well, then we're going to pull out of the exam if you don't address these concerns. So that's historically how this board has managed any of the issues that you have, is in addition to the fees, is to say, well, we'll just go back to administering our own exam. And that's what the board has done historically, in and out of the national exam. Pulling out and doing its own exam has an impact to the vendors. So they do understand those concerns, and they are responsive historically. That's my understanding of what has occurred previously. So just to give you that background. But as far as legislation, I would agree with board counsel that we have no legal authority to set their fee unless they agree to contract with us in some way, and they usually don't, to allow us to determine that fee, because we would have to bring some money to the table for that proposition to offset that issue, and we'd need authority for that. We don't have it right now. So just some background.
And additionally, we have a seat at the table as an actual member of the AMFTRB. So, decisions that the board makes, the voting decisions, we can actually have a voice in that too. So, and with, like you're saying, with the population and stuff, our voice would probably get heard a little bit more than the rest. So.
Right.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I would like to say, even maybe we may not necessarily have the money, but in a sense, they would have access to potential money, significant potential money, because I'm a little concerned about the difference between what we charge $250 versus what they charge $370, and we wouldn't want any finances to be an issue with people getting licensed.
Thank you. Abigail.
Yeah, and so who would be the person, the board member that would be voting? Would that be you on the?
Whoever we'd want to designate.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then my second question was, do we know if like can we see how our stakeholders feel about that fee increase? Like, is it, because right now they're in favor of the national exam, and would they still be in favor of it if they saw the fee increase? So
If the ASWB is any indicator, I mean, that was kind of similar where we went. I think our fee was originally at the time for our exam, I believe, was $175 or $150, and the fee, we switched over to the ASWB back in 2016, And that increased their fees to around, like we said, 270 and 200, 300. I think the stakeholders themselves, with the option of having an exam that could be recognized in all states, outweighs the actual additional cost. I think that's where it wasn't that, yeah.
You've seen that, like,
We didn't have any pushback from
Okay.
at all on that
okay,
ASWB
got it.
transition.
That's the proof you're coming off of. Okay.
Ask the stakeholders to weigh in, but I believe that the association is aware of the fees, and I think that their position is, and I'll let them speak for themselves, but I think that they feel that the benefit of having potential licensure in other states and portability to other states outweighs the little bit of the cost increase.
In recognizing that CAMP represents about 30,000 practitioners or registrants licensees within California, I think it's a pretty good indicator maybe that they're not too concerned about that. I mean, definitely I see the concern, but I think for stakeholders, it might not be that concerning. Who knows?
Kelly and then Nick.
Yeah, you said what I was going to say. I'd like to hear the stakeholder concern as to, because my guess is CAMP has weighed the options and has come out with the benefits of portability, and the licensure exam outweigh the slight increase in fees. But that I'm just shooting from the hip here.
Shanti.
Is it okay to speak?
Absolutely.
Hi, Shanti Ezrin with CAMP. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Roseanne, for the comments there about the history back in 2016 with ASWB and that exam there. Just to echo what was already shared, yes, we do feel like the benefits to having the national exam with license portability, the opportunities to also be able to pursue federal job opportunities are many of the benefits that do outweigh the increase in cost with the national exam. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick?
Yeah, Nick Boyd, LPCC member. I want to first preface my question by saying I'm not asking this question to change anything, just to understand. But I know we're framing this particular exam around portability for MFTs, but I'm curious, with California, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, being the only state that also allows MFTs to gain clinical experience towards licensure pre-graduation, how is that also a factor in terms of portability to other states? Do other states recognize that as an acceptable experience, or is that not also being considered?
That is a great question, and it would be on a state-by-state basis. Some states have straight reciprocity. Some states, if you're licensed in another state for a certain amount of time, they'll accept it. Some states may say, okay, well, you gained 800 pre-degree hours, you need to gain an additional 800 hours. So it would vary based on what state, but it would probably, in most cases, I'm guessing, allow the person to still pursue licensure in most states.
All right. Lorez.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment that as we look at this, I just want to maintain that we have a lens around the pipeline. And so when we look at cost and the exam, just making sure that we're not creating barriers and challenges to continue to have a diversified mental health support.
Thank you. There's no more comments, and your motion stands? Perfect. Then Christina, would you call the vote?
Dr. Nick Boyd?
I'm sorry, can you restate the motion, please?
Yes. The motion is to direct staff to make any discussed changes and any non-substantive changes and to pursue as a legislative proposal.
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe?
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker?
Yes.
Susan Friedman?
Yes.
John Sovek?
Yes.
Chris Jones?
Yes.
Kelly Ranasinghe?
Yes.
Justin Huft?
Yes.
Abigail Ortega?
Yes.
Lorez Bailey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the discussion and possible action regarding statutory amendments to, sorry, I'm To licensing requirements for licensed educational psychologists. Roseanne, would you please provide us with an overview?
Yes, thank you, Chris. So the purpose of this item is to discuss potential amendments to Business and Professions Code Section 4989.20. That is the section of statute that specifies what the exact licensing requirements are for licensed educational psychologists. And if these statutory changes that are being proposed today become law, the board will also need to separately pursue a regulatory amendments, and those regulatory amendments that correspond are currently being formulated and discussed in the Policy and Advocacy Committee. So eventually, if you approve what we're talking about here today, then eventually you will also, in a few meetings, see some corresponding regulatory amendments to go along with it. So the proposed statutory amendments in Attachment A in Business and Professions Code 4989.20 fall into three categories, and they're meant to kind of update the LEP statute, which has not been changed in quite a while. So the first thing that it does is specify experience requirements in greater detail. Then we are also seeking to clarify requirements for in-state versus out-of-state school psychologists, and then also add an age limit to a passing score on an acceptable LEP exam. So basically specifying an age limit on the LEP exam passing score. So currently, in terms of experience requirements, LEP applicants are required to complete 60 semester hours of postgraduate work in pupil personnel services, and then also 2 years of full-time or equivalent experience as a credentialed school psychologist in the public schools, and then one of either of the following: either 1 year of supervised professional experience in an accredited school psychology program, or 1 additional year of full-time or equivalent of experience as a credentialed school psychologist in public schools under the direction of an LEP or a licensed psychologist. So there's some things in this law that are a little bit nuanced and can cause confusion both for applicants and also for the board's evaluators if somebody's experience doesn't exactly look traditional. The first thing is that requiring experience in years rather than hours, like we do for other license types, can be confusing. A school year doesn't equate to a full calendar year. And if the applicant has worked part-time, that can complicate things further and cause confusion about, well, exactly how much equals a year. What does that mean? School district use different terms. They use school terms and school years to measure work time, not hours. So it's kind of hard to assess LEP applicants' experience in the same way as it does for other types of applicants. For example, we discussed pretty extensively in the Policy and Advocacy Committee about the possibility of just using hours like our other license types, but that doesn't really work for school psychologists because that's not really how their work contracts are measured. They aren't measured in hours, and they don't have anybody signing off on hours. They have a contract to work for a school year or term. So we had to get a little bit more specific and learn the school world's language a little bit more. And so we found a term in the education code that specifically defines a school year and a school term. So the school term means a minimum period of 35 weeks beginning the first day and ending the last day of creditable service. So it basically sets how many weeks a school term means. And then it goes on to talk about people who are employed full-time versus not full-time. And then also in the education code, they have a definition of full-time and a definition of full-time equivalent. And basically that sets a minimum of 1,050 hours per school term. So basically different school districts have different contracts of what a school term might be, but the minimum is the 1,050 hours. So if we are requiring somebody to work full-time over a school term, that we know that they're working at least 1,050 hours. So those are kind of some terminologies that we wanted to include in the language so that everybody knows, our evaluators, our licensees and applicants know what these terms actually mean rather than just saying a year, which can mean different things. So the law also specifies that all required experience as a credentialed school psychologist be gained over a period of at least one or two school terms, depending on the requirement. So, and then we have also specified that all required experience as a credentialed school psychologist be no more than 6 years old, except for the 1,200 hours in the school psychology program that they have the option of utilizing. That is actually measured in hours because the schools measure those in hours. So there's kind of an exception of is it in a school program versus is it outside of a school program? So we had to make some little adjustments there to make it work. Within the proposal, staff also specified that the experience gained as a credentialed school psychologist may be gained either in the public schools or another school setting as specified in regulations. And we're working on regulations to specify that. Current law states that the experience must be gained in public schools, but then regulations go on to state that experience in parochial or private schools may be accepted at the board's discretion. But we don't really specify what the discretion is. So we need to do that in regs. And so staff is working on that. But we also need to, in statute, specifically state that regulations may specify that you can use non-public school settings in order to establish that regulatory authority. So we had to kind of clean up our statute to allow us to do that. So that's kind of the first set of changes. The second set of changes is that we needed to clarify requirements better for in-state versus out-of-state school psychologists. Our LEP license type is our smallest license type. So we haven't really in the past gotten a lot of requests or people applying from out of state until recently. And we've been getting people applying from out of state, and our law's not really set up to do that. Like, they don't have any California experience, and the way we read the law, we assume that it's required, but the law doesn't exactly specify that. So we need to do some cleanup to make sure that that's specified. And if we are going to let people come in from out of state, how do we ensure that they're qualified to practice in California? Because California, part of the discussion we had in committee is that California schools and California education law is very specific to California. So it's important that they have some experience before they're working as an LEP here, working in California schools with California Education Code laws. So the language in attachment A provides two options based on whether or not the required 2 school terms of experience as a credentialed school psychologist in paragraph A5 was gained in California with a California credential or not. If it was gained in California, then the applicant has an option to either choose to qualify by also having 1,200 hours of supervised experience in their accredited school psychology program, or by obtaining 1 school term of full-time experience as a California credentialed school psychologist under the direction of a California LEP. The experience needs to be no more than 6 years old. So that's for in-state with the experience in the 2 years experience. If the applicant did not have their 2 years experience in California, then they must either choose to qualify by having 1,200 hours of supervised experience that was gained in a California school program in the past 6 years to ensure it's current, or they need to go and gain that 1 additional school term of full-time experience as a California credentialed school psychologist in California. And that piece ensures that an out-of-state trained school psychologist coming in has a pathway to come into licensure, and that they also have experience working in the California school system to be able to be familiar with the complexity of California laws and cultures. In addition, the proposal changes the requirement a little bit. It clarifies that the 1 school term of additional experience must be under a California licensed LEP. And then finally, the third thing that this proposal does is it specifies an age limit for a passing score on the LEP exam, and it names the specific name of the LEP exam. For our other clinical exams, the law specifies that the board will accept a passing score for 7 years from the date the exam was taken. Once the exam is passed, the next step is to submit an application for initial license issuance along with the required fee, and the license is issued. Most LEPs not having a time limit doesn't matter because they do this right away. They want their license. However, occasionally we'll have an applicant wait for a period of time before completing this final step. We don't know of any instances where we've had somebody wait 7 years, but theoretically it could happen. And if that were to happen, an individual could technically submit for an initial license issuance with a very old exam score. And we would have to issue the license because there's no LEP exam age limit. So we want to have, for public protection purposes, an age limit of that exam score in there. And then the other change related to this is that we named the exam. Right now, it just says the LEP exam. It's the we called it the Licensed Educational Psychologist Written Exam administered by the board. So that is a summary of all of the changes. We made some additional changes since the Policy and Advocacy Committee that I've kind of outlined, and that's highlighted in yellow in the text. But the changes are all shown as a whole in underline and strikeout in attachment A. And so at the last meeting, the Policy and Advocacy Committee directed staff to make the changes that I've outlined in the memo and bring the proposal to the board for consideration as a legislative proposal. So that's what we're here to discuss today.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any questions from our board members? Eleanor?
Yeah, I had a question if they were going to go into detail on the PPS, the People Personnel Services like requirement.
In what way?
Because it's pretty general. You know, I know there's different specialties. So is it the requirements according to the LEP, or is it anything dealing with PPS or?
Well, the PPS for school psychology is very specific. You get a PPS in school psychology once you've completed your master's program.
So if this goes to like a national one, because I think the California one's probably different than.
It's not going national because there's the only two states in the union that have LEPs are California and Massachusetts.
Huh.
So this is simply changing the regulations or the regulations in California to bring us up to speed because they're old.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I want to thank you, Roseanne. This has been a journey for us. I appreciate all the work that we've done, you know, as we're moving. I think this is great. I think what it does, it's going to benefit LEPs in that we're going to increase access for people coming out of state to get this license. I also think it's going to increase consumer protection because we're going to require, we're going to better define and require that experience from out-of-state people to be within California. And even looking at the exam passing, the time that from the exam to getting your license is going to be better defined too, to make sure that we're seeing as current as possible. So with that said, I'd like to move that we direct the staff to make any discussed changes and any non-substantive changes and to pursue as a legislative proposal. A second? Annette, second? Perfect. Any further discussion? John?
Just because of something we talked about earlier, where we're trying to kind of equate everybody in the same line, the movement from the 6 to 7 year stuff that we talked about earlier. We do have some 6-year lines in here. I think on whenever I have to read the legislation, my brain freaks out. It's the one to immediately preceding the date on which the application for licensure has been received. That still has a 6-year time frame in it. Is that purposeful, or do we want to try and bring everyone into the same 7-year framework we've been talking about?
We're kind of on two different planes here where we're just starting that discussion. And right now it's 6 years for the other license types. So it is kind of a toss. We haven't decided to go to the 7 year. We haven't really even had the initial conversation yet.
Okay.
So, and LEPs are going to be kind of, if we decide to make those changes, LEPs kind of different in terms of how it works because there's no kind of national license going on, and also because there's only one exam and it's a completely, not completely, but a very different licensure process. So my suggestion would be, because this, if it goes this year, would become law basically January 1, 2026, and we have not even run that bill yet. My my suggestion, it would be to consider making that change if we decide that the other proposal is likely to be successful. Then we would allow maybe an additional year of the experience and see what other changes that the committee ultimately decided on for the other license types, and see which one of those which of those might transfer to LEPs for equity purposes. But I would not recommend doing that yet, just because we haven't even had that discussion, and we could get to the meeting in October and everybody could say, we hate that. No, we don't want to do it. Absolutely not. And then we've got this proposal going through. So
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other comments from Abigail?
Do we have any stakeholder feedback on these proposed amendments? 'Cause my knowledge of LEP, Ray, is derived from one. So can we hear from like a larger pool to see, because once these are a lot of changes. So do we have any information from the?
We do a little bit. I believe that some of my LEP friends are in the virtual audience who are going to comment. When we made these changes, or when we made these proposals back after the PNA, I brought those results to our LEP groups that we have. It's not representative of all 2,000 of us, but enough of the stakeholders that they have that information.
How many would you say?
In the hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah, in the hundreds. So, and then CASP also, I believe CASP is also in their virtual audience, and they're gonna, so it went through our, so we consulted with CASP, which is the organization that supports LEPs. In addition to that, there's been, discussions with stakeholders. So they're very well aware of where we're at. It went to through our LEP committee that we have in CASP. And I, like I said, I believe that they're in the audience to discuss CASP's position on it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Eleanor?
Okay, I'm sorry, one more question on that page one where it says specifying experience requirements. Is it 60 semester hours or 60 units?
it's 60 units.
Because it says 60 hours, 60 semester hours.
I believe it defines a semester hour as a unit. It's 60 units for the LEP. It's what's written, I believe, in the CTC.
Oh, is it? Yeah, because that would be different as far as units versus hours, so that's all.
It's a master's program, grad program.
So I would almost say it should be probably 60 units.
I'm not sure I think that's the language that is in, like Roseanne said, is from the California.
I would just encourage us to clarify, just so that, because if, I know in like, say, the PPS for social work, there's very specific about how many hours. And I know like just a regular, generally, I guess, a master's program would be 60 units. So I just want to make sure that that's not an issue, that's all.
Yeah, we can take a look at that and see if units
Sure.
needs to be, but we do want to stay specific with what the CTC
Right.
says.
Yeah, we had, right? I mean, you can't get a PPS credential without finishing your master's program.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, ours is units, and then we have separated out from that is hours, how many, and it's real specific about which areas in PPS it needs to be. So this, for me, when it says PPS, is it just generally, and and I'm sure you guys have it all listed. I'm just wanting to make sure that it's written correctly, because like I said, the units are usually the 60 units general per semester.
I guess we can take a look at that.
Yeah, we can take a look at
with-
that, and then, and part of the motion will be if it needs to change it to units, but.
Sure.
Because we don't have to bring it back before we run it, but yeah, we'll take a look at that and see if there needs to be a change.
That would be non-substantive, right?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that would be
so that-
non-substantive, as long as, and we'll mention it in the motion too.
Right, as long as there's it equals it. So, thank you, Eleanor. Any comments from our participants who are present in the room? Moderator, any comments from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 18. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request is coming from Andrea Ball. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
This is Andrea Ball. I'm here on behalf of the California Association of School Psychologists. As the chair mentioned, we have had the opportunity to review the agenda item and the language. We appreciate the board moving forward with this. We look forward to continuing to provide input. I want to give a thank you to the staff, to Roseanne. My colleague was able to talk with her in more detail a few days ago and get more understanding and about the process moving forward. So we want to make sure we continue to be involved and think that this clarity is going to benefit LEPs and students in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Next, we're going to hear from Bethany Zoller. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, this is Bethany Zoller. I'm a licensed educational psychologist in Bakersfield, California. And I just had a question about the out-of-state portion that we were talking about clarification of. And it sounded like there was something that said that 1 year that needed to be completed under the supervision of a licensed educational psychologist within the school district. So I was just hoping for a little more clarification on that point.
So yes, under the proposal, there's a couple of different ways to qualify for the additional year. So everybody has to have 2 years of experience. That can be either in California or not. But then if somebody doesn't have the 1,200 hours of supervised professional experience in an accredited school psychology program, or in the case of an out-of-state person, if it was not in California, then everybody needs to have one school term of full-time or equivalent experience as a California credentialed school psychologist in the California credentialed schools, and that experience needs to be gained under an LEP.
Okay.
So that
yeah, so I guess the question is if you're a school psychologist currently in California and you do your 2 years, you're able to apply for licensure without having that license or your supervised hours be under an LEP. So I just wondered if there'll be more regulatory practices put into place so that there are LEPs available to do that supervision, as not all school districts employ them, or how. That's just my question: is where does that go?
Right now, it's under the requirement is it has to be gained under an LEP or a licensed psychologist. In our discussions with stakeholders, it was determined that the licensed psychologist was kind of out of date and that was not necessary. So we took that out and just left it LEP, assuming that they needed, if they're going to be an LEP, they need to have been spent a year supervised by an LEP.
Right. And Bethany, there's not any guarantee that there's LEPs available, but that isn't new. That's been around for a long time, because if you don't use your internship year as those 1,200 hours, then you need to be under the supervision of an LEP or under the direction of an LEP anyway. So we don't have control over that component. It's just a requirement to make sure that we're ensuring consumer protection, that the person coming in from out of state has knowledge and experience with California law and ethics, and how different we are from the rest of the union.
Got it. Thank you so much for the clarification. I think it's a great change. I love that there is more clarity on what we need to have in order to apply for licensure. So I appreciate all the effort put into this.
Thank you, Bethany.
And that was our last request for online.
Thank you, moderator. Eleanor?
Yeah, sorry. One more question about that same area on specifying experience. So on that first, I guess it's A, and then the 60 semester hours of pupil personnel services, because again, pupil personnel services pretty general. Would we want to say, is it school psychology? Person PPS in school psychology, because there's the specializations, or is it generally pupil personnel, which is very, very broad?
That she's referring to the fact that there's 3 different places that you can get a pupil personnel services credential, school psychology, 4 places: school psychology, school counseling, school social work, and child welfare and attendance. So the pupil personnel services doesn't, as it's written right now, doesn't specify in school psychology, because there's 4 different discipline areas. So again, I would assume that would be non-substantive, because it would just be defining where that has to be.
So you would want to say in school psychology?
Well, I think that would address the concern. And I don't know the history, but I would assume, because this is taken from language in, from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, that in order to become a school psychologist, you have to do a master's program that is specific to school psychology. So I think that it was assumed. I'm assuming it was assumed, which I may be wrong.
Language is very old, so yeah.
Right, it is very old. It's
So,
from-
yes.
From like the 70s, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Almost as old as me.
So yes, I will take a look at that and consult with you on what I recommend. And then let's amend the motion to allow us to make any a change if we deem it necessary there.
Right. Okay. Kelly?
No, I mean, I read through the changes. They seem very, you know what I really like about the legislative changes here is that they're not burdensome, right? And I'd be careful about specifying stuff where you don't need to specify them, because that can lead to ambiguities. Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that the motion could be augmented with changes as necessary, but I think it looks fine to me.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to add too much leeway in terms of making changes that are kind of, I mean, we're not having any problem with that language as it is now. I think everybody understands what it is. I want it to be as accurate as possible, but I don't want to muddy the water in terms of accidentally, making something more restrictive than it needs to be.
If I can speak in Roseanne terms, we don't want any unintended consequences, correct? Okay. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. Gotcha.
Please don't give judges any room to do stuff that we don't want them to do.
All right. Okay.
So do we want to just leave A4 as is?
Yeah.
So I would also say you don't want to also make it so broad where it's not doing like what they require for a school psychologist. So
That's the current language that is in Ed Code. So that this isn't something that we edited. This is what is currently in the regulations.
Okay.
Statute, sorry. I can never get those two straight. So I have the lawyer sitting next to me. Is that okay, Eleanor? Are you satisfied with that?
No, I just, well, anyway, I think I said whatever I needed to say. So, yeah. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Abigail?
So for A4, you guys are not going to look into whether it's going to be hours or unit. You're going to leave it exactly how it is. I just want to be clear that it's just going to stay the way it is, and we're not going to move forward with that.
I think we're gonna look into it and
Okay.
see if it needs to be amended. But again, that's the current language that is in the statute for the requirements to become a school psychologist. So if we make it different than what the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing says, then that could cause problems and confusion down the line, which I think is what Kelly brought up.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right. We have our motion is still okay, Roseanne? Or does it need to be changed?
Any So we'll look into that and make any non-substantive changes. Sabina, would it be considered non-substantive if we decided it needed to be aligned to the CTC for some reason? Okay. All right. So yes, our motion is fine.
Our motion is okay. So we will investigate and ask those questions just to make sure that we're on board. All right. And with that, Christina, will you please take the vote?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman, John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Justin Huff,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Lorez Bailey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda is item number 19, discussion and possible action regarding proposed amendments to the Business and Professions Code regarding enforcement statute of limitations and direct supervision contact for associate clinical social workers. Roseanne.
Yes, okay. So each year, staff reviews the board statutes to determine if technical or minor or non-substantive changes are needed. And usually these amendments are placed in an omnibus bill that the legislature runs every year, or they may be placed in the board sunset bill, which is typically run every 4 years and just happens to be going to be run this year. So that presents an opportunity for us to run some of these proposals in that bill. Staff has identified at this time 2 separate amendments that the board may wish to consider for inclusion in this upcoming year's omnibus bill or sunset bill. So the first, they're both unrelated, but I'm going to discuss both of them and then we'll open it up for discussion. The first proposed amendment is shown in attachment A, and it is striking Business and Professions Code section 4982.05 in the MFT Practice Act. In that specific section, the board's deputy attorney general brought it to our attention that section is very similar to Business and Professions Code 4990.32, which is already in the board's general statutes that applies to all 4 license types. So they contain very similar language. It's a little bit different. 4990.32, which applies to all 4 practice acts, is actually a little bit more specific. So I had DCA Legal and also the board's Discipline and Probation Unit review both Business and Professions Code section 4992.05 for LMFTs and 4990.32 for all 4 license types. And they all agreed that Business and Professions Code 4990.32 contains more specific detail, but essentially, aside from a little bit more detail, the 2 sections are substantially the same. So we believe that Business and Professions Code 4982.05 can be deleted because it's duplicative and not necessary. So we're proposing to strike that particular code section. The second change that we're proposing today has to do with social work statute and the supervision ratio for associate clinical social workers. And that language is shown in attachment B. Right now, associates who perform more than 10 hours of certain types of supervised experience per week in a setting are required to have at least 1 additional hour of direct supervisor contact for that week for that setting. It's been brought to staff's attention that there's some confusion surrounding which types of experience hours trigger the required extra hour of supervision per week for ASWs. The confusion does not exist for AMFTs and APCCs because their particular laws are worded a little bit more clearly than the ASW law. So for AMFTs, the law requires an additional hour of direct supervisor contact if more than 10 hours of direct clinical counseling is performed in a week in a setting. And then AMFTs, their law specifically states that they're required to gain 1750 hours of direct clinical counseling. And same thing essentially for APCCs. The law refers consistently to direct clinical counseling in both instances. However, for ASWs, the wording of the statute is less clear. The additional hour of direct supervisor contact, if more than 10 hours of direct clinical counseling is performed in a week in a setting, is used. However, the statute does not specifically use the term direct clinical counseling when talking about the total required number of clinical experience hours. It uses slightly different language, so it doesn't exactly match up with the direct clinical counseling term. LCSW law is a little bit different, and it says a minimum of 2,000 hours in clinical psychosocial diagnosis, assessment, treatment, including psychotherapy or counseling. However, at least 750 hours shall be face-to-face, individual, or group psychotherapy provided in the context of clinical social work services. So they have a little bit of a different formulation of how their clinical component of their hours is worded. We were able to determine the specific language was added to law via an omnibus bill regarding the 2,000 hours in 2001, but there was not really a detailed explanation of the reasoning behind the wording in the legislative analysis for the bill. So some confusion has emerged about whether the requirement for the additional hour for weekly hours over 10 applies to the 2,000 hours or the 750 specific face-to-face psychotherapy hours specific to the context of clinical social work services. And so we want to try to clear that up. We believe that that the intent of the law is to require an additional hour for every hours over 10. For LMFTs, the requirement is any hours in the 1750 category of direct clinical counseling. That's the most similar to the 2,000 hours in clinical psychosocial diagnosis, assessment, and treatment for LCSWs. So to be consistent with the other two license types, we believe that the amendment should clarify this. So we're proposing amending Business and Professions Code 4996.23.1A2 to say an associate gaining experience who performs more than 10 hours of services pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of 4996.23, which basically refers back to the 2,000 hours. That's what triggers the additional unit of supervision. So we want to make that reference to that code section directly rather than saying direct clinical counseling, because that matches the wording of the social work law better. And also, I'll note that when we're making this amendment, that particular code section has two sections due to some technical sunsetting provisions regarding supervision via video conferencing. So we would need to make that change in both versions of that Business and Professions Code section 4996.23.1. And in its August meeting, the Policy and Advocacy Committee directed staff to bring these proposals to the board for consideration as a legislative proposal. So that's where we are today, and we can have that discussion now.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Any comments or questions from the board?
I'm looking at 4990.32 and 4982.05, and I don't see any specific substantive differences. So
yeah, we had that legal look at that. There's a little bit more. 490.32 subdivision E is a little bit more specific, but everybody that looked at it felt like, I mean, that's already in law for everybody. So there's nothing that we're deleting out of 4982.05 that's more specific, and it's just kind of confusing to have it in there.
yeah, it just has the specific code section for sexual contact with the minor. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else? Do you have enough information for someone to make a motion? John?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to make any discussed changes, any non-substantive changes, and to pursue as a legislative proposal.
Susan seconds. Any further discussion? Any discussion from our participants in the audience?
Hello, Shanti Edrin with CAMP. Just a quick comment here on specific to attachment A, taking a look at both of those sections. No concern with deleting the duplicative section in Business and Professions Code, that specific section 4982.05. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti. Any other comments from our audience members? All right. Any comments from our remote participants?
We are now open for public comment via WebEx on Agenda 19 and the motion before us. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request comes from GV Ayers. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
GV Ayers on behalf of CalPIC. Just want to say we would encourage the board to support this motion, make these legislative changes. I will speak from personal experience on the 4990.32, the amendment that defers to that and strikes the other amendment specific to LMFTs. Having been involved in writing the differences in 4990.32 when I worked with legislative staff, it is more specific regarding contact with a minor, and I could see how that there could be an argument made by an LMFT that their disciplinary law was less specific, and so therefore those specificities in 4999.32 should not apply to them. I don't think it would hold up, but I appreciate what you're doing here because it's a clarification and clarifies the law in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, GV.
And that was our only online request.
All right, excellent. Thank you, moderator. All right. Any further comments from the board before we move to vote? All right, Christina.
Dr. Nick Boyd,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Lorez Bailey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda, item number 20, discussion and possible action regarding the board's sunsetting statutory provisions. Roseanne.
Thanks. So the board, as I've mentioned now a few times, the board sunset date is January 1, 2026. And so the legislature will be conducting a sunset review of the board in early 2025. And as part of that process, we'll be running a legislation to adjust the board's sunset review date and make any statutory amendments it deems necessary. So we have the opportunity to ask for some amendments to be included as part of the sunset bill or as other legislation. And the board has two key provisions in statute that are set to sunset on January 1, 2026. We aligned them that way purposely to line up with the running of the sunset bill, so that any adjustments could be made at that time if they were needed. We could evaluate how the two programs were working to see if there was any unintended consequences or clarifications that were needed. So those two provisions of law are: number one, the allowance of supervision via video conferencing in all settings. And then also number two, the temporary practice allowance. So I'm going to start with talking about the supervision of via video conferencing in all settings. In 2022, the board sponsored AB 1758, which was an urgency measure to allow supervision to take place via video conferencing in all settings, not just in exempt settings. Previously, supervision had only been permitted via video conferencing for people in supervisees in exempt settings. And an exempt setting is a government entity, a school, a college, a university, or an institution that is both nonprofit and charitable. If you're not were not an associate in one of those settings, you could not do supervision via video conferencing previously before that law change. AB 1758 required the supervisor to conduct an assessment of each supervisee within 60 days in order to determine the appropriateness of the supervisee for supervision via video conferencing. And then if the supervisor determined it was not appropriate for that supervisee, they are not permitted to utilize supervision via video conferencing. the law change, I think, as we all know, was prompted by the COVID-19 state of emergency. And during that time, we had some law waivers so that supervisors and supervisees in all settings could maintain social distancing. However, as time went on, many supervisees and supervisors found that the supervision via video conferencing option provided unexpected benefits. For example, there were increased access to supervision for pre-licensees in areas where there's not a lot of supervisors available. There's also the ability to maintain a supervisor relationship if one party moved a further distance away. And also there was an ability for supervisors and supervisees with disabilities or health challenges to still continue their work. So there was a strong people took a strong liking to the supervision via video conferencing. But at the same time, the board at the time had concerns because this all happened so fast and it was so new and sudden that there were concerns that video conferencing could affect the quality of supervision. There was really limited research at the time regarding its effectiveness. So the board chose to allow supervision via video conferencing in all settings, but it also chose to place a sunset date on that allowance so that it could be reevaluated when more information was available. So that's how we got the January 1, 2026 sunset date. So in discussing this for the Policy and Advocacy Committee, I brought back some additional, more recent research that has taken place in the past few years via taking a look at some research papers to see about the effectiveness of supervision via video conferencing. There's really no magic bullet that says for sure, yes, it's great, or no, that it isn't great. In looking at the publications, you can see that there's themes of both benefits and challenges with supervision via video conferencing. The publications tended to note the need for more research, better quality and consistent training, and for ethical guidance on supervision. So there's sort of some feedback in those articles, but nothing that's really definitive one way or the other that says yes, good, or yes, bad. So in terms of the previous committee discussion and direction, we looked at a few things for the Policy and Advocacy Committee over the course of a few meetings. We were asked to review enforcement complaints on the topic, but we didn't really find any enforcement complaints that we've been getting about that of supervision via video conferencing. We discussed with the findings with the committee wanted to see what Psychology Board was doing. Psychology Board had a similar bill that it ran at about the same time to allow supervision be provided in what they call real time, which they defined as in-person or synchronous audio-visual means, which is basically video conferencing. Psych Board has said that they don't have a sunset date on that law, and they indicate that they have had no feedback or concerns about that law at the time, so they plan to continue with allowing their supervision via what they call audio-visual means. And then for the next two little pieces of research, I'm going to turn that over to Sarita, and she's going to present what she found in her research for you for those two items.
Yes, so we also sought feedback from supervisors and supervisees via the board's Facebook page. Currently, the board's Facebook page has 32,000 followers, so the committee directed staff to utilize the Facebook page to seek some feedback from supervisors and supervisees regarding the effectiveness of supervision via video conferencing. On July 25th, 2024, staff posted 2 questions to the board's Facebook page seeking that information. The 2 Facebook questions that were posted were read as follows. The Board of Behavioral Sciences is seeking feedback from supervisors on their experience in providing supervision via video conferencing. Based on your experience, how effective do you find supervision conducted via video conferencing? The same question was asked, but specifically, the second question that was asked was specific to associates, trainees, and interns, asking on how effective they find supervision conducted via video conferencing. Both of the Facebook questions were presented with a scale of from 1 to 5, with 1 being extremely ineffective and 1 being extremely effective. And the participants were asked to rate the effectiveness based on that scale in the comment section of those Facebook posts. So on July 30th, 2024, there were a total of 597 responses to the 2 Facebook posts, with 469 responses from supervisees and 128 responses from supervisors. So those responses as of July 30th show approximately 437 supervisees reported video conferencing to be extremely effective, while approximately 95 supervisors reported video conferencing to be extremely effective. The board staff also reviewed recent survey data. As previously discussed back in March of 2024 or April 2024, the board's Workforce Development Committee conducted the Pathway to Licensure survey to seek information from board registrants and licensees about barriers they face during their pathway to licensure. 2 of those questions asked in that survey related to supervision via video conferencing. So the committee directed staff to review the results of those 2 questions for the specific discussion. So those 2 questions related to video conferencing were as follows. How effective would you consider the types of supervision? And what percentage of your supervision was the following? So in-person and video conferencing were the 2 types of supervision presented with both of those survey questions in the survey. Each survey question yielded 3,170 answers from participants, and notable responses from those questions reveal that about 43% of participants reported in-person supervision to be effective, while about the same number, 43.7% of participants reported in-person supervision to be extremely effective. About 47% of participants reported supervision via video conferencing to be effective, while about 24.5% of participants reported video supervision to be extremely effective. About 56% of survey participants reported 75 to 100% of their supervision was in person. About 20% of survey participants reported under 25% of their supervision was via video conferencing, while about 20% of survey participants reported 75% to 100% of their supervision was via video conferencing. And 29% of survey participants reported supervision via video conferencing was not applicable. So survey participants were also encouraged to provide additional comments with their responses. Regarding the effectiveness of supervision, most survey participants mentioned the supervision depends on the supervisor's qualities, such as their experience and knowledge, rather than the supervision type or medium that was provided. Other common trends noted in the comments were survey participants stating that they did not have supervision via video conferencing, with some mentioning that video conferencing was either not an option or method for providing supervision at the time of their training. Most survey participants mentioned the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, as mentioned before, was the reason for beginning supervision via video conferencing.
Thanks, Sarita. Appreciate it. So that's kind of the research that we did to sort of see what was going on with supervision via video conference and make a recommendation on what should be done with that particular allowance. At the August Policy and Advocacy Committee, we presented the research and we really found a lack of evidence of negative outcomes regarding supervision via video conferencing. And there's evidence that it increases access to supervision pretty overwhelmingly. So staff is recommending deleting the sunset date for allowing supervision via video conferencing. And the committee directed staff to draft proposed amendments to delete the sunset date that are shown in attachment A and bring the proposal to the board for consideration as legislation. So that's the first sunsetting piece. I'm going to talk about the other one quickly before we open it up for full discussion. The other sunsetting piece of law is the temporary practice allowance. That's very new. It actually just became effective. We ran it last year as a bill. It just became effective on January 1st, 2024. It provides a 30-day temporary practice allowance to qualifying therapists licensed in another jurisdiction to continue treating existing clients who are visiting or relocating to California. because it was a brand new allowance, we included a sunset date of January 1, 2026, so it could be reevaluated as part of the upcoming sunset review process. It's been in effect for about 9 months now. As of between January 1st and mid-September, we have granted 355 temporary practice allowances, and that's an average of about still 9 per week. And so we discussed this sunset date at the Policy and Advocacy Committee in August as well. The data points to this new law being a success. We have not had any issues arise, but it's still pretty early on in its implementation. And so I did not propose to delete the sunset date on this one at the P&A meeting. I proposed to extend it until January 1, 2030, to allow the board to gather more time, but also to allow the board to reassess the law, because a lot is changing with interstate compacts being proposed. And so we don't really know what the landscape is going to look like a few years from now. And it's possible that some, based on that, maybe some modifications to this might be needed. So I'm proposing a January 1, 2030 extension for that sunset date. And so the committee also recommended that we bring that proposal, which is in attachment B, to the board for consideration as proposed legislation. So with that, I will open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. Do you have any comments from our board members? Kelly.
Regarding video supervision, I would note that 60% of California's mass is rural. 2.3 million people and 6% of California's population live in a rural area, including me. Every county in the state of California, with the exception of San Francisco, has rural areas. Tribal communities have continually been challenged by living in rural areas while simultaneously suffering from health disparities and lack of providers. Throughout California, these places are referred to as mental health deserts, where there are few, if any, clinicians. It is critically important to offer the ability to supervise clinicians in rural areas who may be serving rural populations. I would urge the board to please delete the sunset date. We allow people to access both medical and mental health care via telehealth, which has dramatically improved access for community members in rural areas, including individuals who are disabled. California leads the way in innovation, both in mental health and medical care. And I strongly urge the board to adopt this amendment.
Thank you, Kelly. Very well said. Any other comments from our board? I agree. We went through this with the telehealth committee, as we refer to as the Wild West, when we had that. And I'm really glad to see that we haven't had any negative feedback on the video supervision. So I would agree that if we should definitely consider continuing it. Any comments from our, oh, wait, before we do that, wait, we need to move. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I'm happy to make the motion. Hopefully it's just a simple one.
The motion would be to direct staff to make any discussed changes and any non-substantive changes and to pursue as a legislative proposal.
Yeah, I wouldn't state it any differently. That would be the motion by Dr. Walker.
Good second.
Kelly seconds.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any further discussion? Wonderful. Any discussion from our participants in the audience?
Hello again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMP. Really much want to thank all staff and the entire board for revisiting these sunset provisions. And as proposed and as recommended, we have no issues with either recommendation, and we'll just continue to monitor the implementation of both provisions with our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti.
Ben Caldwell, LMFT. I'd like to also thank Roseanne and Sarita for your work on these issues. As you've detailed here, the allowance of video supervision across all work settings not only does not appear to have been problematic, but it appears to have improved access to supervision. I would respectfully request your yes vote on the proposed legislative language. I would note that based on audience response in some of the CE workshops I've led, many supervisors across work settings seem to be unaware of the requirement to evaluate a supervisee's appropriateness for video supervision. I teach folks about that requirement, and a lot of them are often surprised to hear that is a thing that has now been in the law for a while. So anything you could do to help publicize that requirement would also be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any further, that is our entire audience in the room. Do we have any comments from our remote audience?
Now is the time for our folks on WebEx to raise their hand if you'd like to make a comment on agenda item 20. You can do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request comes from Kathy Atkins. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Kathy Atkins from CAMT. I just want to underscore some of the testimony heard, as well as comments made by the board. For the temporary practice, we appreciate CAMT, or not CAMT, the BBS being one of the leaders in this area. All 50 states are very unique in how they're applying this. So thank you, California, for taking this step and being a leader and continuing to monitor to see if it's a success, which I suspect it will be. With the video supervision, just underscoring how this practice to date appears to be a positive. I'm glad we're continuing to monitor it, and I think it opens up not just access for rural areas, which that's been stated appropriately, but also for folks who are looking for different unique kind of supervisors, be it culturally or what their practice area is, different disabilities. I mean, there's just a host of things that supervisees need to look for in supervisors, and this really does help not just those becoming licensed, but the patients who are benefiting from this bigger open area. So just thank you, and we encourage yes votes on these. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Next, we're going to be hearing from GV Ayers. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
This is GV Ayers representing CalPIC, and we are supportive of these two changes, legislative changes. Appreciate the BBS, the staff, and your thoughtfulness in looking at these things. Thank you.
Thank you, GV.
And that was our last request online.
All right, thank you, moderator. Any further comments from our board? All right, Christine. Oh,
I
Eleanor?
was going to say, no, I agree. I would just like to say that maybe we can, as a board, continue to promote this type of supervision and, like Ben had mentioned, provide the guidance, as far as enforcing, like, so that they are aware of the rules, and then continue to monitor. So.
Thank you, Eleanor. All right, and with that, we will move to a vote. Christina?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman, John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasini,
Yes.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Lourdes Bailey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, Christina. And with that, I think we will break for lunch. If everyone would not mind returning by 12:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We are on to agenda item number 21, which is the discussion and possible action to reconsider previously approved text and to consider initiation of a rulemaking to amend enforcement regulations, uniform standards related to substance abuse and disciplinary guidelines, quarterly report form. Christy, would you please provide us with an overview?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Okay, thanks. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, getting over a cold. But yes, let's go over the additional changes that we've identified to the uniform standards and disciplinary guidelines, and a form that's incorporated by reference, as well as Section 1888. As you know, the board approved this proposal back in August 2023. And during the initial review process through the department, there's some back and forth there. And of course, with such a large, complex document, you know, you put your eyes on it again, you're always going to notice additional things. And we did find quite a few things that we wanted to clarify, tighten up, just to make this, you know, as best as possible. So I'll go over the major changes with you. And I do want to point out, and this is reflected in the motion at the end, but there were 2 copies of this provided, one so that you could see the changes from the last time. The other copy is the one that's like, okay, this is the final that's going to be approved and we'll submit to the Office of Administrative Law. So that one shows as it would be if all of these changes were accepted by the board today. So starting with the penalty guidelines, violations involving gaining of a required supervised experience or the supervision of required experience. We're proposing adding supervised practice as a term and condition in the minimum penalty column to that penalty. And this would assist the board with continuing closer oversight due to the nature of this type of violation. We've also kind of tweaked the wording on this category for clarity. Now we're into the terms and conditions of probation for the psych eval. We're doing this in a few different areas. We discovered that some of the language is a bit redundant. So we had language that prohibited the evaluator from being a supervisor of the probationer, but this type of relationship is already prohibited via language that's included that says prohibits them from having a current or prior financial, personal, business, professional, or therapeutic relationship with the respondent. So we're striking that redundant language because we have this language that already covers it. And then we would be specifying some additional conditions when supervision or supervised practice is recommended by the evaluator, and it would just make those provisions consistent with the supervised practice term. Then the psychotherapy term, it has that redundant language again, so we're just striking that. The clinical diagnostic evaluation, it needed some clarification of the time frame for submission of a request for extension of time to complete the evaluation report for good cause. And it also, for that good cause provision, strikes the wording that says, one of the good causes that we initially listed and kind of decided, maybe that's not quite right, is the inability to obtain the necessary patient release authorization. And it would actually be a violation of probation if the probationer didn't cooperate in signing their release. And that's probably the only reason we wouldn't have gotten the release. So that we took that out as a good cause, but we added something that is much more common, is due to the evaluator's workload. So that's fairly common and it's not within the probationer's control. So those are the changes we made there. The supervised practice term also has that redundant language that we're striking. And then we had to clarify the time frame for notifying the board if the supervisor is no longer available, including the time frame for submission of a proposed new supervisor and plan for supervision. The monitor billing system term and condition, we made some extensive edits to this section, realizing this hadn't been looked at in a while, and it's not something that's super common, but we thought, you know, let's get this section, let's give this an overhaul. So one of the things is we're changing the title of it to billing monitor, because it's not really their system that's being monitored, it's all of their billing, their actual billing of clients or insurance. We're clarifying the time frame for obtaining the services of a billing monitor if the respondent is a registrant. So it would be within 30 calendar days of license issuance. And that's necessary because registrants don't bill clients directly. So, but once they become licensed, they can do that. So that's when that would be implemented. We're calling the billing monitor a billing system monitoring service. And really, it's just a billing monitor. A billing monitor is a licensed individual, not necessarily a monitoring service. So we're changing that. Clarifying some of the responsibilities of the billing monitor, specifying the required qualifications and criteria for board approval of a billing monitor, and then specifying how a probationer must proceed to obtain the approval of the board for a replacement monitor if the previously approved monitor is no longer available. And then a related term is the monitor billing system audit. And we're going to change that to billing auditor, just for simplifying it. Again, it's not the billing system that's being audited. And an auditor is a certified public accountant who audits the probationer's billing records in accordance with accepted auditing and accounting standards and practices. And we're also going to strike the provision that had required the probationer to submit the qualifications of 3 auditors for the board to pick from, and just allow submission of 1 or more, because the qualifications are not really difficult to meet. And then we are specifying required qualifications and criteria for approval of an auditor. The failure to practice or tolling term and condition just makes a minor change that clarifies that probation is told when the probationer voluntarily stops practicing or residing in California. So this is just to help clarify that it doesn't, this section does not apply when the board has ordered a licensee to cease practice. It's when they voluntarily stop practicing. The next one is the reimbursement of probation program. We had previously proposed to, back, the text that you saw in August had, excuse me. We had proposed adding a standard amount of $100 per month for probationers. And the problem that our regulation council pointed out is that we hadn't really provided, we need to really do like a workload analysis, and that might come up with a different monthly fee. And so if we want to charge a standard amount, really, we would need to do this as a separate regulatory proposal. So we're talking about that in office. But for now, we don't want to delay this. And so we're gonna revert it back to the prior language and then look at it separately. Because if we did try to just submit it with that $100 per month, we really have to have some documented basis for why we're charging that a month. And we just, we don't have that at this time. The quarterly report form is part of the regulations. It's a form incorporated by reference into the regulation. So we made some small changes to that. One is providing some instruction to probationers regarding asking them to provide an explanation if they did not comply with the term or condition of their probation. We removed reimbursement of probation program costs as unnecessary. So there's a list of required documentation of payments made. And so we removed the reimbursement of probation program costs because the quarterly report form itself doesn't ask about that, but it does ask about costs for an evaluation. So we're adding psych eval. So this is basically, when they submit their quarterly report form, we ask them to add documentation of payments made. So we're just, we're striking one and adding a different one for consistency with the actual form. Plus, we also have the billing of or reimbursement of probation program costs is handled separately, and the board has a record already of whether those costs have been paid. So it's not necessary to include. Under the supervised practice section of the form, we added some questions asking whether they're required to submit a supervisor for approval, and if so, whether they complied. Under the examination section, it strikes the mention of exams required for renewal of a license or registration. An exam is not ever required for renewal of a license. It may be for renewal of a registration, but a probationer who's a registrant and if they are required to take an exam and didn't take it, this would be addressed via their failure to renew, because if they had to take an exam to renew and they didn't, then they're not allowed to renew, and then that is a violation of their probation. Under the obey all laws section, there's some language in there about violation of laws in a foreign country, but the disciplinary guidelines don't include a foreign country. And so we remove that from the form. And in addition, we added a requirement for submission of a police or arrest report if the probationer answers yes to this question about that they did violate some sort of law. So staff recommends that the board review the proposed regulatory text and consider whether to approve it as written or suggest changes to the proposed text. After review and discussion, they can consider one of the motions that are listed in the memo. And that's what I have. So open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Christy. I appreciate it and hope that you are feeling better soon.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments or questions for the board that would help us formulate a motion? Kelly?
Yes, could you explain why you took out in a foreign country? Because it states it's specific to the United States or local, state, or federal jurisdiction.
I think I'll have to defer to either Steve or Reg Council on that.
Right, so the report has to track the disciplinary guidelines, and our scope is violations, excuse me, of laws in the state or federal jurisdiction, but not in a foreign country. So we were trying to make sure that the reporting form and the disciplinary guidelines sections track one another. And since we're retaining the language in that section, we needed to make sure they spoke to one another, because then OAL would flag it as a consistency issue.
So I guess my question is, what if a therapist goes and commits a crime in Mexico or any other foreign country?
So it is a grounds for discipline to for a licensee to violate a law of a foreign country. But what we're talking about here is people that have been placed on probation. So it would still be a violation of probation because it's a violation of your laws and statutes. So we'd still be able to take action for that. But when we're talking about reporting, we're talking about those violations of the laws in this state, in the United States.
But this would be the form in which they report that violation of the law. If they're under no obligation to report a crime in a foreign country, how would you know about it?
True. Let me go back and look at, I think, Christy, there was another issue that we discerned, but mainly the primary issue was to conform to your current practice, which is what we were retaining in the guidelines, and not have a consistency issue.
And you know, I
That's
don't.
your current practice.
And my question would be,
I get it.
no.
Sorry. Sorry, my computer's not cooperating today. Okay, so if you go up to the obey all laws term in the disciplinary guidelines, so if you look at page 62, 2162 at the bottom, for those that are looking at online, it says respondents shall obey all federal, state, and local laws, all statutes and regulations governing the licensee, and remain in full compliance with any court-ordered criminal probation payments and other orders. That's why the change was made, because your current policy is to only require reporting of those violations. And so we couldn't have a form that was inconsistent with that requirement because there would be OAL would have, say it's inconsistent because they're not required to report in the guidelines. Therefore, the form needs to be conformed to make sure it tracks that reporting requirement.
The reporting is broader than the actual order, right?
Yeah, so that's why we took it out, because your policy has been not to require reporting of violations of anything in a foreign country. Now, it has to be substantially related, right? So it's not any violation, it's any substantially related violation according with your substantial relationship criteria in your regulations. So not every like conviction in a foreign country would be necessarily grounds for discipline in this country because what you consider related to the profession is narrower than the potential body of convictions in other countries.
True. That's a fair
So
point.
there's things here that we would never convict someone of that people are convicted of in China and Russia and other places like that. So that's the type of thing that usually that's why it's not in the Obey All Laws section, but you could change that
True.
section of your guidelines.
But that would
Make it broader reporting than what you currently have. What you currently have is just obey all federal, state, and local laws, all statutes and regulations governing the licensee.
is my struggle is that.
So potentially there's two arguments. One is we could put a specific reference to foreign jurisdictions in there, but we'd have to make sure it's substantially related because like I said, the body of convictions in the world are much larger than what you would actually have jurisdiction to do anything with. But it also says they have to obey all statutes and regulations. One of your statutes is Business and Professions Code Section 141, and 141 contains grounds for discipline for substantially related convictions in a foreign jurisdiction. So I guess my argument is it's like included, but not as specific to the reporting requirement. I guess we could, Christy, then change the quarterly report form back to that. But the problem I'm having is how do we tell them to report only substantially related foreign convictions?
No,
You know what I mean?
I
So
see
that's
your
the
point.
complicating factor.
And if it's within the Business and Professions Code, then I think you can argue that they should report any, for instance, felony obtained in a foreign jurisdiction.
Okay, so are you proposing amending the form back to what we previously had approved?
No,
No? Okay.
no, I understand your point about the Business and Professions Code.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? So recommendation from staff. Okay, recommendations.
So,
Go ahead, Christy.
yeah, so if there are no changes, so it would be motion option A, and whoever, if somebody does want to make that motion, they can just say, I would like to make motion option A as in the memo, as listed in the memo, right? Christy recently clarified that they don't necessarily have to read out the whole thing, right?
Well, I mean, that's the best option, but I think it's okay to say that, you know, I would like to move option A as provided in the meeting materials. I mean, Sabina, what do you think? I mean, it is a long motion, and I'm sorry about that, but this is something that has been developed
okay.
through working with OAL over the years, Office
I
of
think
Administrative Law.
I think we have someone who's willing to read the motion for us.
Okay, and just for clarification, attachments A2 are the proposed text, B2 are the disciplinary guidelines, and C2 is the quarterly report form and instructions documents. They're all considered part of this regulatory package that you have to approve.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sovek.
So John Sovek, LMFT, I'd like to move that we approve the proposed regulatory text as presented in the meeting materials and attachments A2, B2, and C2, and submit the approved text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes in the text in the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If, after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations, including the documents incorporated by reference as noticed for the Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1888.
Do I have a, thank you.
I second.
Nick Boyd seconded the motion. John, you should consider a career in radio. I think it's great. All right. Any further comments from our board members? Any comments from our audience members in the room? Any comments from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with your motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Without any other comments, Christina, would you please take the vote?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman, John Sopek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Lorez Bailey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda, item number 22, the discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend the board's continuing education regulations. Christy, back to you.
Thank you. So currently, licensees are required to take 36 hours of continuing education during each 2-year renewal cycle, and one of those courses has to be a 6-hour law and ethics course. Brand new licensees might also have some specific courses to take on their first renewal if they weren't completed previously. And then registrants are currently required to take 3 hours of CE in law and ethics during each 1-year renewal cycle. So just to give you a little background. What we're proposing to change first is the section that talks about CE credit for specified activities. Licensees who participate in certain types of board activities are awarded with CE credit for their participation. And this proposal would clarify that only California BBS activities would be credited. So just a little clarification there. The next thing would be to allow a licensee who attends a BBS meeting virtually or in person, and it's California BBS, virtually or in person, to claim up to 6 hours of CE per 2-year renewal cycle. And if they attend that meeting, they would get 1 hour of CE for every full hour of meeting attendance. But again, it's capped at 6 hours for every 2 years. It specifies how they maintain a record of attendance. It would require the licensee to sign in and out on an attendance sheet, or if it's virtual, they would sign in with their full name and email address that they have on record with the board to provide a record of their virtual attendance. And then it clarifies that we would not allow a petitioner seeking the reinstatement of a license or early termination of probation from earning CE credit for attending a board meeting on the same day in which the petitioner's hearing is conducted. Just so you're aware, the Board of Psychology recently updated their regulations to offer licensees who provide, the Board of Psychology and the Respiratory Care Board does offer this, and their regulations took effect in 2022 and 2023. So we use that language as sort of a basis for drafting this. And then in addition, the Board of Psychology recently updated their regulations to offer licensees who provide direct supervision with CE credit. So we took a look at those regulations and drafted some language for the board to consider on that as well, which would allow a licensee who provides direct supervision of an associate or marriage and family therapist trainee to claim up to 18 hours of CE per 2-year renewal cycle. And again, it would be 1 hour of CE for every full hour of supervision provided, and it specifies how they would keep a record of that supervision. Maybe I'll stop here to see if there's any discussion on that section, since the next piece is pretty different.
Any questions from the board regarding that first section?
I have a question. I'm curious what maybe the thought process was to offer that as a CE, just out of curiosity.
Sure. So
The
for
supervision, yeah.
You mean the
the
board attendance?
supervision.
Yeah.
The board attendance for ethics?
Sorry, no, the supervision, direct supervision to an associate counting towards CEs. Did I understand
My
that correctly?
understanding, yeah, my understanding is it's just to provide an incentive. You know, some supervisors, where there's not enough supervisors, for in some areas. I know that sometimes people do struggle to find a supervisor, and this would just, it's one way to provide an incentive to people for supervising. That's my understanding.
And then another part of it too is having to go get the CE hours would, they're already impacted by their workload doing supervision. It kind of eases up maybe their workload a little bit by that 18 units.
I think what was also mentioned at the committee meeting, and I'll defer to those who are supervisors here, but there was some testimony about the fact that you do learn that it is a learning process when you're supervising. So they are getting some educational benefit out of it. And so in recognition of that, it's not just a gift. It's, yes, we recognize that there's work put into supervising, and it is a learning process while you're supervising. So we're going to recognize that. So that was also the other policy.
They're going to end up being experts in that part of our
Right.
laws too, because they're going to know it inside and out because they have supervisees. And they should be up to date with those laws too.
Yeah, I think I think on the surface, I think that sounds fine. I guess I'm just wondering, and I agree with all of that, but what does that ultimately take away from other areas that might also be important as part of this CE renewal cycle, right? Because we have limited CEs that are expected of folks, and I suppose they can get any type of CE in most anything, but I don't know. I mean, and that's, maybe I'm off base on that thought, but I understand the value. I think there's some other
Do
questions.
you think 18 hours is too high?
I think it's a little high. I mean, I guess that's kind of my initial feeling is that, and I get it. I mean, I agree. There's definitely a need for supervision. I'm not disagreeing with that. I understand the requirements to get the CEs to be a supervisor is burdensome. I mean, I went through it, and thanks to Ben, I was able to take his class. So, and get those hours met. But that's a big time commitment, and I recognize that wholeheartedly. And 18 hours is about half, right, of the CE requirements for a renewal cycle. And if we're only asking our licensees to renew every 2 years, I feel like that's a pretty large number of the CEs that we're allowing them to get.
It's exactly half.
Yeah,
the
okay,
18,
perfect. So
right?
36, right?
36 hours, and then the additional 6 of law and ethics leaves 12.
Right. Yeah.
12 hours. As someone who has supervised, in the past, it's an ongoing, commitment.
Sure.
And if you don't keep up with it, you're in trouble, to Sabina's point.
Yeah,
So-
and I agree with that. I want to be very clear. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I totally agree. As a supervisor, I wholeheartedly understand that. And, they're also getting credit for doing CEUs for supervision too, right? Those count towards their CE requirements. So let's just say theoretically, somebody can take all of their CEU requirements to be a supervisor, then supervise 18 hours, and then do their law and ethics. What other Cs are they doing in other areas that might also be important? Diagnostically, things are changing in the field all the time. How are folks keeping up with the literature and the research important to be a good diagnostician? I think those are kind of my concerns. If we're giving such high numbers to that, I think we should incentivize them. I'm not so sure we should give them 50% credit for that, though.
All right, fair. Justin?
Just enough. So I agree with Board Member Boyd, but I also am recalling conversations around concerns that supervisors are engaging in different sorts of exploitation of their supervisees. And I wonder if incentivizing supervisors would create a larger market for supervisors, and then they hopefully would be forced to be more appealing to supervisees. And one way they would do that is by not extracting surplus value from them, right? So I agree that 18 hours seems like a lot, but if it is benefiting supervisees, which then increases this pipeline, workforce pipeline, to also address some of these other issues we've talked about, like diversity in therapy, I think that seems like a reasonable trade-off.
Abigail?
So the 18 hours does not include the law and ethics 6 hours?
No.
How come this isn't considered like being updated on law and ethics? At least
What do you mean?
like, I feel like what we do here, a lot of it is like keeping people abreast of like what the newest like regulations are. Why not have this maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to see like how this like informs separate and law and ethics. Because we're only giving 6 hours to law and ethics, but then this is getting so much more. And like, how come it's weighed so differently if it's supposed to have like the same effect on the supervision? Because when you supervise, right, there's like the administrative stuff, the law and ethics stuff, and then the clinical stuff. So like, what is this covering if it's not law and ethics? It's just, is it
Well,
like,
it is clinical because they would need to be informed in order to do the supervision. So that's what Sabina's point was about them getting an educational value out of it that may be greater than just taking a class in law and ethics for 6 hours. They still have to take the 6 hours of law and ethics. But the 18 hours, I guess that the thinking at the committee meeting was to help, yeah, they would get some educational value out of it, but it would also incentivize more people to be supervisors because we need more supervisors to get more workforce.
no, but I'm
So-
trying to think of like how this, like this information here is applicable to when you're in the room with the supervisee, and then how that gets transferred over to the client. So I just don't think it's enough for 18 hours over the
You
course
think
of
18 is
two-
too high as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
18
that's
hours?
what I'm saying.
Anyone have any idea if they want another number like lower than that or suggest it?
Let me ask this clarifying question too to Christy, because I can't recall. How, how did the number of hours of supervision equate to hours that you can claim for CEUs? It wasn't wasn't hour per hour of supervision. It didn't have to do with number of supervisees that you saw. I can't remember.
No, it's hour per hour
Is it hour per hour?
credit. Yeah, it would be hour per hour credit. And I believe the Board of Psychology was doing 18 hours as well, but I think it's perfectly reasonable to propose a lower number.
I might propose, that we consider, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to just throw out a number in jest, but I would say we should think about maybe could we take it back to the committee? Is that possible to have them maybe talk through that again, or do we want to talk about it here? I guess maybe even 10 hours might be sufficient. I don't know, 8 hours, 12 hours. I'm not sure what that number should be per se, but all I know is 50% is a lot. So I would say 12 hours might be good. I don't know if there's other thoughts, but
I
This-
agree because like in a supervision hour, I'm not talking about this stuff for like 50% of the time. It maybe is like 5 or 10% in a session, right? That I'll bring something up from,
When you say this stuff, what do you mean?
like what we talk about here in the board, right? That we're not talking about,
Well, that's not the purpose of it, though. The stuff that we talk about on the board isn't related to the CE component. So the purpose of the CE component to supervision would be the knowledge that's shared regarding clinical practice. It could be law and ethics, whatever you would typically do in clinical supervision. It's not necessarily related to board business.
okay, I think I'm like putting everything together. So, yeah, okay, thank you. So you get 18 hours of CE just for being a supervisor,
Up to 18 hours.
up to
Yes.
18 hours, just because you're a supervisor.
Not
And-
just because you are a supervisor.
Because you are a
Because you are a
supervisor.
supervisor.
And so if you supervise for like 6 months and then didn't supervise for the full 2 years, do you still get 18?
Yeah, it's up to 18 hours in a 2-year cycle.
In a-
So if you took on, let's say you took on 2 interns, for your 2 years, you would be putting in how many hours? You putting in an hour a week, 2 hours a week 1 hour a week per intern, or you'd have over 100 hours. You could claim 18 of them as CE used for that renewal cycle.
Okay. I still think it should be lower.
Lower?
So you were saying it has to be 100 hours of supervision at least?
No,
Oh.
no, I was using an
Yeah.
example.
Because that would be another thing. What about if somebody started supervision and then stopped and didn't see them all the way through? I think the intention is to see them all the way through, right?
No. The intention,
Pretty much, no?
no. Yeah, it's an hour for hour CU, because not every, like, when you have a supervisee, they could do supervision with you and then move on to another supervisor, depending on the discipline that they have to get with you, right? So, like, I would have, like, people would come to me because they need kid hours, because we work with kids, right? Versus I couldn't supervise marriage and family component because I don't do marriage and family therapy. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about reducing it to, I mean, at this point, I don't believe that we brought up 18 hours because it was a research-based number. I feel that it was fairly arbitrary, right? So,
Right.
Oh, that was right. I'm sorry. You're right. It was based on what the Board of Psychology was doing. We
Right,
used their
but,
right.
but it's still, I didn't see that they had a specific basis for what they proposed, so.
Okay. Kelly.
If you have the number that's approximately 8 and 2 more hours than the max 6 hours credit for attending a BBS meeting. So, I'm shooting somewhat from the hip. If you halved it to 50%, that would be about 8 hours.
Wait, I'm not sure what you're having.
You're proposing a new number, a lesser number than 18.
So you want it half?
I'm just throwing it out because I really don't, I'm not a therapist or a clinician. I'm just shooting a number out for purposes of discussion. If you have the number that's approximately 8, and it's 2 more hours than the max amount of time that one could get CEs for attendance at a BBS meeting. So those 2 numbers, it's approximately 8 hours.
John?
So I'm going to offer a little bit of a contrary thought here. Part of the reasoning behind the 18 was, first of all, Board of Psychology has seen this and implemented it pretty effectively on their side. The other thing is really is an effort to incentivize more people to move into supervision. And what's one of the biggest things we talk about every time we bring in CEU conversations is the cost to everyone about getting their CEUs. So if we can find a way to get more supervisors out there, incentivize them with the cost saving of the units, then all of a sudden it becomes a very great proposition. And with our mission that we've been talking about over the last few years is to increase access to mental health care, this is another step in making more supervisors available in more communities and more willing to step up to the plate. Because as a supervisor, it's a huge commitment because I am putting my license on the line to help educate other people in this profession. And so for me, I actually believe the 18 is a good place for us to sit, to really offer a meaty incentive so that we have more supervisors available to get more trained clinicians out into the community. So I'm actually in favor of the 18. And I think the Board of Psychology is finding that it's working for them. And I kind of like to lean into the fact that we do have a model that we base this off of. So those are some of my thoughts on it.
Abigail. Oh, Justin.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo what John said. So for those of you that are not supervisors, for every supervisee that you have, easily you are putting in 100 hours a year. Easily. That is direct supervision, the phone calls to triage issues, that's helping coordinate paperwork, that's helping with resources. Easily it is a 100-hour to one supervisee ratio, easily. And so to say that in 2 years, if you have 2 supervisees, to count 18 of those 400 hours is too high, I think something's not making sense to me. And I think that I'm uncertain why we are increasingly concerned about what if someone abuses this? What if someone actually only sees them for 6 months instead of a whole year? Because that doesn't seem to be in the spirit of what we are trying to cultivate as the BDBS, to in particular equity and workforce development. But that also doesn't seem to be connected to the CEs that people do complete. When we look at a fairly large portion of our workforce, they're doing 20 hours in a 4-hour shift, right? Like they're getting these CEs, and we've seen that from petitioners as well, where they're completing 40 hours of CEs in a 1-day span because they just throw money at some website that's borderline predatory. To say that we have meaningful supervision that is being over rewarded is I think a strange line in the sand to draw.
Thank you. Abigail?
Yeah, when I said the 6 months, I was saying because sometimes there's a lot of turnover and you'll have a supervisee and then they leave. And so if you don't get another supervisee, and this is from like a private practice perspective, so I'm not saying anyone's abusing anyone. The other thing is if we start out with a less number, we can also see if like the amount, like if our intentions, there's an outcome. So how do we know there's going to be more supervisors? How are we going to measure that? What if we start with a smaller number, see if more supervisors, show up? I don't know, like what's the proof that it works?
Well, I don't know that there's proof that it works, but if we walk in with a smaller number and they look at the Board of Psychology and go, well, they get 18, why do we only get 12? Or why do we only get 8? I think that would not be an incentive for people to take on that role. I think 18's a good number also, just based on how much work you put into supervising. I mean, it's not a part-time job. To Justin's point, it's easily 100 hours a year. Right. Kelly?
And just for the record, if anyone wants to look it up, it's Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1397.61.1. That's the Board of Psychology's regulation. It's not in the material, so if anyone wants to review it.
That would be Kelly. He's our
And I was thinking about this, and I'm thinking about what John and Justin have said as well. And, and I'm just equating it to being a lawyer. Is when I was a young law clerk, I would have loved to have a supervisor sit down with me for an hour and just talk law, and what it's like to be a professional. It would have been very much appreciated. So, I think the comments for 18 hours are very well taken.
Eleanor?
I would like to see a minimum commitment, even if I know that people can be supervised by different disciplines, but I mean, I would still like to see at least a minimum. I wouldn't really, I mean, if you got somebody who's supervising somebody for a month or 2 months, and then they get the same credit as someone who does it for 2 years. I mean, I would like to see the long haul, or at least, if say there's an LMNFT that can supervise, somebody in a different discipline, however long. I mean, I would like to see at least somewhat of a commitment versus just anything.
It's an hour per hour reward. It's not about I'm gonna commit to somebody for a year. So if you have, if you have an intern that comes in for 6 months, it's hour per hour. So it's not about the longevity of it. It's about the time that you spend with them and being able to apply those hours towards CEUs. John?
I would also suggest in response to that, that as a supervisor, I do not always have control over how long an associate will stay with me. And so I think it would not be fair to penalize a supervisor for an associate who came in and only needed 3 months of things to get their last few hours or wanted to carry over while they were doing things, and then saying, oh, well, it wasn't long enough, you don't get to count these hours. So I think that's another thing too, is we do not have control of the associate side of how long they actually want to stay with the supervisor as well. So that's why I might push back against this minimum year requirement piece.
Nick?
I guess the last thing I'll say, and I'm hearing everything, and maybe I'm being swayed a little bit, but I do think I have concerns about how it might take away from other areas. I hear Justin's point loud and clear, and I think we see it quite often. Folks just whatever use these borderline predatory, read the manual, check the box, get a CEU. But I would like to think that the majority of our license holders are invested in their professional development and pursue opportunities like that. And I certainly see how this fits into that picture. And I don't want to take anything away from that, because I know the time commitment is, as a supervisor, I know that. And I think we just have to think about, if we're asking our license holders to take a CEU for law and ethics every renewal and this, that we're taking away from something else potential that we may want them to also have professional exposure to be a good supervisor, right? So I think it's worth just considering that when we make that vote, if we are doing this. And again, I'm in favor of it. I'm not saying we don't want to do that. We just have to be mindful of the consequence of that.
Unintended consequences.
There you go, unintended consequences.
All right. Okay, I think, Christy?
I don't know if you are interested, but I did find the initial statement of reasons online for the Board of Psychology's change.
Sure.
You want me to read it? It's pretty much what we've already talked about, but they got it approved. So obviously that was enough policy justification for the regulation to be approved by the Office of Administrative Law. Do you want me to read it?
You
or
can
not?
summarize it for us.
Okay, I'll give you the high points. Says a supervisor is required to ensure, excuse me, the trainee's compliance with the provisions of the law, monitor the performance and professional development of the trainee, and have education, training, and experience in the practice areas being supervised. To do that adequately and competently, then the supervisor must keep abreast of developments and research in the areas of psychology that he or she is supervising. Accordingly, the undertaking of supervision of a trainee ultimately requires that the supervisor maintain competence. Up to half the CPT credits are allowed for this activity because it requires a licensee to stay up to date in the areas of practice supervised and to socialize trainees into the profession. Supervising solidifies the knowledge and skills required for the provision of psychological services and therefore is appropriate as a CPT activity.
Thank you. Brent?
So I'm, not a mental health clinician, so I don't come from a perspective of being a supervisor, but I come from being a mentor. And I know when you're a mentor, you have to do your research before you support someone else. I can't sit down and have a conversation without doing my homework, and then the thought and all the time that it goes into it. And part of what I want to make sure is that we're not a board that maintains systems that keep people from accessing. And if we really want to make sure we're having a diversified workforce, we have to think about what barriers are we creating sometimes that eliminate those things from happening. So I personally, not knowing, never supervise, I'm not licensed in mental health, but I think that mentorship and supervisor, you have to be on your stuff. You have to prepare. You have to know what you're doing. So it's not even that actual just in-person time. It's the time it takes to prepare to support someone else. So that's just my 10 cents.
All right, thank you. So we'll let that kind of simmer for a minute while we allow Christy to move on to the next section. Or to be, no, didn't we stop?
There's more.
I thought we stopped and didn't go through all of the pieces of, okay. Christy, I think you're muted.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Yes, so there is more to this proposal. Completely different topic. Licensees are able to request a temporary waiver of their CE, with the exception they can't waive the 6-hour law and ethics course. But the waiver is for some very narrow reasons. One is if for at least 1 year during the current renewal period, they had a physical or mental disability or medical condition that substantially limited one or more life activities and caused the licensee's earned income to drop below a certain amount, as set by the Social Security Administration, or for at least 1 year, the licensee was a primary caregiver for an immediate family member who had a total physical or mental disability. So those are current provisions. The proposal would clarify that registrants are not eligible for a CE waiver. We recommend this because they only have to do 3 hours of CE per year, and the topic is law and ethics. Even licensees can't get a waiver for their law and ethics due to the importance of maintaining competency in this area. There's some minor changes to the request form. One of the changes would also be allowing licensed healthcare providers other than a physician or psychologist to provide the disability verification, just for some greater flexibility. These are the other types of licenses that are able to diagnose physical or mental health conditions. And there's also some minor technical cleanup on those forms. And then throughout the language, the proposed language, there's some other minor technical regulation cleanup, mostly pertaining to, we haven't done any changes to our CE regulations since the 3 hours of CE for registrants was implemented via Assembly Bill 1759 a couple of years ago. So we had to strike some, or we had to update these sections to incorporate registrants into them. So that's really it for this proposal.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions from the board to allow us to draft a motion?
I just want to say one thing and then we can draft a motion that going back to the supervision piece, I'm not going to change anything, but I just want to say this, just so we understand as a board, we have not audited any of our supervisors in the field as of yet. Just folks to be aware of that. And what we're doing is now incentivizing more supervisors to enter the field without us even knowing the quality of supervisors we have now. So just something to think about as we're going through this process.
They're required to go through training before they can be a supervisor.
Right, but the board has not audited the quality of the training. Do we even know that they've done the training? We don't know that. As a board, we don't, do we?
Well, yeah, they have to go through, the supervisor, like, training, CEU training program.
Right, but the board has not audited the supervisors to know if they've done that.
There's
My
a form you
understanding.
fill out when you are
So-
going to supervise someone and you have to check off that you did the CU training as a supervisor, how many credits you did. So you have
But
to,
what I'm saying is that's a self-attestation. We're assuming people in good faith have done that, but we haven't audited the CEUs like we would a license. Like when we say we renew our CEUs, and sometimes we can get randomly audited, right? to verify that we've actually done that. We haven't done that with our supervisors.
Nick is correct at that. We haven't done that yet.
Okay.
So we do the normal the CE audits, but we haven't yet implemented the audit of the CE credits for that.
And so I guess I'm just saying that we're incentivizing now more supervisors without actually maybe potentially looking at what have the supervisors we have now actually done what they say that they've done. We don't know that.
Well, I guess that would be true that we don't know that any of our supervisors have gone through that then. So you're talking about auditing everyone?
No, I'm not, I mean, that would be impossible. I think this is possible, but it would be impractical. I think as we randomly audit, and I don't know how the staff do it now, how they decide who they audit and who they don't audit, CEUs, maybe it's the same process. I'm assuming it's kind of a randomized process that we do these, a small percentage of it, but we haven't even done that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, we go through the random audit
Yeah, we do.
procedure occurs.
But it hasn't existed for our supervisors now.
Well, it's random, so we don't know.
Well,
But it hasn't happened at all. There's been no random, no random auditing of our supervisors.
So what he's talking, so we have the authority, so we have the CEs currently in existence, and we do the random audits of CE units. But then we also have within our laws that we can actually audit the supervisors. And what that audit would, I believe, would be asking to ensure that they've completed the necessary forms and that they've completed the necessary forms with their supervisee. And then asking for those 15-hour, the coursework. So it would be a random audit. Because like you said, it would be impossible to actually do everything. But Nick is correct, as in we really haven't yet implemented that yet.
The auditing of
The
our
auditing
current
of the supervisors, correct.
Okay, that's not standard practice is what I'm hearing you say.
Not right now, no.
Okay. All right.
And so my concern is we're inviting more without knowing what we currently have in terms of supervisors and that process. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right. So are you asking that for the board to implement random audits?
Well, I
of
mean, I think
supervisors?
that's part of that's kind of what's supposedly, I think should be happening now, right? Is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, we have the ability to do that, and that is something I want to pursue.
Yeah.
But once again, that's going to be a random audit. It's not going to entitle I don't know how many we have registered right now, 3,000 or something. I think I see what you're saying. I don't want to penalize. I mean, if you're assuming that, I don't want to penalize supervisors that are, really performing appropriately and stuff. I think it's almost kind of like two separate things. I understand. Yeah, I think the supervision audits is a good thing, and we need to do that to kind of get the word out there. The other thing too, though, I think part of that supervision is we have to, do we have to enact like regulatory, how we're actually going to do that?
I don't think you want to prescribe in regulation how you're going to audit people because then they could avoid the audit. So,
Okay, I was just,
I mean, I think we try to claim that as investigative privilege, right?
okay.
But I was thinking that if this is adopted or some form of it, you could certainly roll both audits into that for those people that are starting to check that box of, yeah, I was a supervisor. You could start incorporating that into your
Put it on the
audits.
CE audit, yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't tell people because then they would, potentially try to avoid it. But I think that would be something you could look at incorporating if this
Mhm.
proposal were adopted. Maybe that way you could cover both issues
Yeah,
in the audit process.
if we do the random audits and it pops up
Yes.
your supervisor, or
As
we
part
could
of
do random.
CE, because it's going to be claimed, if it's going to be claimed as part of CE, then it's fair game, right?
Yeah,
That you're
that's
going to look
true.
at that as well, potentially.
That's true.
So then, Nick, your point would be to put in place some sort of something that would help with accountability.
Yeah, like if we're going to do this, which I think, I think we should, which is fine with me. Let's, we do the 18 hours. My hope would be that we have some accountability piece to make sure that the supervisors that are actually doing this are doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're following through with what we are expecting them to follow through with. Because as of now, like I said, we don't really know that to be the case.
Right. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I lost track of where we are. Are we motioning for Nick's audit?
We
or
have,
motion-
no, we have, no, Nick's audit doesn't require a motion. That's simply something that the board could do. So if we are looking at it, I don't know if Christy wants to discuss this. The staff has recommended 2 motion options. Did you want to talk about it, Christy? Or you want me to do it?
You can talk about it. That's fine.
Okay, so similar to the previous item, motion A would be to approve the regulatory changes with the regulatory changes with no changes added, as Christy stated, or motion B would be to move it forward with changes. So what I'm hearing, Kelly?
Chair, I'd move to approve the proposed regulatory text as presented in attachments A, B, and C. Submit the approved text to the Director of Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency review, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the text in the package, set the matter for hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received, no public hearing is requested, authorize the EO to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed for Title 16 California Code of Regulations, sections as noted.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Justin, second.
Just enough seconds. Any further discussion from the board? John?
So Steve,
He runs away.
this is a point that I had brought up when we previously talked about this. It is also the awareness of people using credits for listening to or attending a board meeting. And if we had any ideas of things we might put in place, such as a lot of the trainings that we do often have coding things in them. You know, you have to, at hour 2, you get code 1632.77, and then you have to put that in your thing that's saying, this is the code I received. A lot of the long-term trainings do that. Do we have any idea of how we're going to implement? And if we can legally or ethically impose something like that in the process of bringing this into play?
I mean, I think you could, but the question is whether we have the ability to do that. I'm not aware of any other boards that do that sort of tracking. It's simply recorded on the WebEx feature, and when they're in and out, we can't in real time track them as far as I know in WebEx. Is that correct? Or
At this time, I honestly don't know.
So this is not real-time tracking. It's the idea, and often when you take extended trainings, they'll put up like 3 codes during the course of the training at hour 2, hour 5, and hour 5.5. And then I have to put those in my form that says I have these 3 codes, and then that's taken as like, cool, you were there and paying attention the whole time.
Right. I mean, we would need to take the text back and rework it if we can. And I just don't know if you can, if we have a contract that enables us through WebEx to do that sort of thing.
But would you need to actually take it back through the code? I mean,
I would have to revise it to show that it's
That's
a
how we are
requirement
going
that
to-
they have to put the code in at certain
Oh,
intervals,
okay.
right? We'd have to write the text, but I have to write it to what I know you can do. And I'm not aware that we can at this time.
No.
It would not be within WebEx. It would be within this form you're having them fill out that says that they attended. Because you said it.
Oh, you mean just check, like they would submit it? Okay. They would have the code to
So
submit.
if that's only for people who are attending online, what about people who are in person?
Well, they'd be here. We could.
Don't they
Right,
also have to,
but-
but they also have to fill out a form,
So-
correct?
I mean, yeah, but then you'd have to have the staff like monitoring people and checking them in and out. Is that
So
what
we
you're
still need to come out. I mean, we still need to look at ways to monitor it. I
So my
think that's-
question is implementation not important in this
It is
conversation, right?
important. If you want to impose a standard requirement for them to verify attendance through doing certain activities, we would need to first of all figure out what we want to make them do, and then we'd have to amend the regulation text to
regulation to-
reflect that. But I don't, like I said, I'm not aware of any other board that requires that sort of verification.
And I think it's like 3 or 4 boards.
Yeah, I
that do
mean,
that,
pharmacy,
Pharmacy
Board of
does it, yeah.
Chiropractic Examiners, respiratory care, psychology.
And I
anyone
know
else needs
pharmacy
to-
does the in and out.
Okay,
Pharmacy
cool.
does
That's
that.
it.
But I know what you're saying. Yeah, I understand.
So, yeah, so the problem is that first of all, I don't know whether we can do whatever
'Cause you would have to-
verification, what the idea is for specific requirements.
And
And
then
then
if-
once we know and we can do it,
We
then we
have
would
to
have to
notify
bring
it
this
and then-
back with
Okay.
revised text to show that those verification points are a requirement for them to get credit
Okay.
for completing or attending
Okay.
the board meeting. So, or committee meeting,
Yeah, my concern too
for committee meetings too.
would be if we implemented some sort of electronic system, there could be a fiscal impact, which could cause us not to be able to.
Or then it changes.
Well, yeah, no,
or it
we'd have to,
changes
that fiscal impact would have to be signed off on by the budget office, and
Yeah.
that would be reported in our fiscal impact analysis for the regulation.
That could make it more difficult to get through. And
Yeah.
A question.
It just depends
No,
on.
if the technology changes too,
But
then we would have to,
we'd
we
have-
would have
yeah.
to.
Or what if there's a
hold off.
technological interruption they can't verify somehow? Or
We should be able to, I mean, if we were to, and we audit on a case by case basis. So if we were to audit, we should be able to go in, we should be able to have proof that they signed in and out of WebEx, from my understanding of what Christy talked about. Like now with WebExes, we can see that they were there, but to see.
I don't know if they're paying attention though.
Right, you don't know if they're paying
not, like,
attention, but
going and doing something else and coming back and signing off.
at that point, you kind of have to weigh, I mean, yeah, we could go that route, but
But it's the same problem with in person.
yeah.
Because I've seen that at board meetings, people coming in and out. You don't know how long they're out. Sometimes you're not paying attention how long they're out of the room, whether they come back right away.
We also have the same problem when there's online CEUs and it's not required hour for hour, where you can just, get the information, take the test, and, you do an hour and 10 minutes. So I don't know that there's any way to completely police it. At some point, I think we have to, trust that our licensees are doing what they're supposed to be doing because we have ethics. Because if we, I don't know, we get in the weeds of going too deep into how we're going to prove this, I think that, we're going to get lost in it. So if
Okay.
there's a general way to do it, then,
And that's actually what I was trying to look at in a very generalized way, because on here it says you have a bullet point, require the licensee to maintain a record of attendance, including meeting date, name, and number of hours attended.
Right.
You could, on that same record of attendance, include these 3 codes that you gave out at hour 1, hour 4, hour 6. And once again, we're not asking the board to take on something or WebEx to take on something, but if we're asking them to already record their attendance and then the audit comes up, if they have those 3 codes and you're like, thumbs up, great.
A lot of our meetings are recorded and web and archived, so couldn't you just fast forward to those places and write it
Yeah, I
down
mean, that's,
later?
there's always a way around it. Yeah,
Just
there's
saying.
always a way.
people work harder to get around things than doing them all of the time. It's human nature, unfortunately. But let's move on. How about comments from our audience? I apologize for laughing. That was a great look, Ben. That was a fantastic look. How about any comments from our remote participants?
We are now accepting comments via WebEx for agenda item 22. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. And our first request comes from Leah Brew. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Leah Brew, LPCC member, also former board member. Just a couple of pieces on the supervision, just stating the obvious that they'll have only 6 units left beyond their ethics CEUs and their supervision CEUs if you do the 18. In addition, the supervision CEUs can be replaced with doing supervision consultation. So definitely helpful, but that's just less of a different kind of formal learning. And then you were all saying, well, it would be unfair if psychology gets to do it and we don't. Well, the difference is psychology requires a 3-unit, 45-hour course in supervision, and we could only agree to 15 hours because it was such a barrier for people to become supervisors to do a whole 3-unit course. So the qualifications there are quite different between psychology and our BBS professions. I feel like 12 hours would be more than enough. I want people to learn more, and I've seen more mediocre supervisors than I have seen strong supervisors. So it's not they're engaging in harm, but they won't, for example, give any critical feedback. We can't use ourselves as a measure of how good supervision is. I'm a professor, counselor educator, so I'm reviewing supervisors all the time. And I just want you to be aware that when you do this, you may just increase the number of mediocre supervision. Going back to the survey about online supervision, the supervisees weren't really complaining about modality. They were complaining about the actual supervisor, but it doesn't rise to the point of making a complaint. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Next, we're going to hear from Kathy Atkins. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. This is Kathy Atkins from CAMP. CAMP struggled with this one a little bit. On one hand, as we're doing the math, there was a concern that would appear to be 6. I believe Dr. Brew mentioned it's 6 units that might be had over 2 years by a clinician. But at the same time, we want to be respectful of clinicians who are in the best position to know where their areas of weakness and growth are. I suppose CAMP is not urging the board one way or the other, but I will say there was some pause we had about sort of after doing the math, whether we were putting clinicians in the best position to succeed, and aspiring clinicians to get the best supervision they could get out there. Again, we really decided not to fall one way or the other on this. But we're hopeful the board and the BBS, whichever direction you go, will really keep an eye on this to make sure there's no unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And just to make a point, 18 hours of supervision credit plus 6 hours of CEUs is 24. It gives us 12 hours left, not 6, if I'm doing the math correctly. Yeah. Okay. Oh, 6 hours ongoing. I apologize. Emma, just MFTs? I know it's under my life. I think
That's
it's
for
under
all supervisors.
Yeah, I think it's everybody. Yeah. So then 6 would be correct. If you're a supervisor. Right. I apologize.
Those were all of our online requests, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Kelly, you made the motion. Are you okay with the motion that you have? All right. Then without any further discussion, Christina, please take the vote.
Dr. Nick Boyd,
No.
Eleanor Uribe,
Ugh. I'm going to say no.
Susan Friedman, John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Justin Huff,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
No.
Lourdes Bailey,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next item on our agenda is item number 23. Sorry, discussion and possible action to consider amendments for the following, what was the term you used, Kelly? To include everything so I didn't have to read all the numbers. What was the term you used? As stated, following as stated, an approval of implementation plan to seek changes to advertising and other disclosure requirements in the board statutes and regulations, and the initiation of a rulemaking to amend Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1811, advertising. Roseanne, would you please give us an overview?
Yes, so this is kind of a complex proposal in that it has 4 parts and they're all interrelated. And if the board chooses to make the changes, they need to be done in a particular order. So as not to adversely affect the law as it's changing. So I'm going to go through each of the 4 changes, and then we can discuss. There's 4 very specific motions should the board want to move forward with this that need to be made. So we'll have to do that at the end. But starting out, the board sets requirements for advertising for its licensees and registrants via its advertising regulations, which are found in Section 1811 of the California Code of Regulations. And the last significant changes to the advertising regulations were made in 2013. In addition, there's also some provisions in statute related to advertising. All healing arts boards under DCA are subject to Business and Professions Code Section 651, which prohibits false and misleading advertising and defines a public communication for purposes of advertising. So that applies to all healing arts DCA boards. The board also, in addition, has a statute for each license type for each of its 4 practice acts that specifically defines advertising. In addition, MFT law has some very specific client disclosure requirements related to what must be disclosed to a client and related to advertising for MFT associates and trainees only. That just applies to MFT associates and trainees. So just for your reference, some of the existing laws that I've just talked about here are shown in attachment B, just as reference points. On the board's website, we provide an advertising requirement fact sheet, which explains our advertising laws, and also it provides examples of acceptable advertising. So I also included that in case you want to look at it, and that's in attachment C. So we've been discussing this at quite a few of our policy and advocacy committee meetings and kind of refining it. At the April meeting, the Policy and Advocacy Committee directed staff to bring the proposals shown in attachments A1 through A4 for consideration as proposed regulations and legislation as applicable. So there's 4 different categories that I'm going to discuss. First, I'm going to discuss our general advertising regulations, which are in regulations, and they apply to all of our associates and licensees. We also have specific statute for associates regarding disclosure requirements to clients and advertising, and then specific statutes for trainees or social work interns that just apply to them. And then also in statute, we have our advertising definition, which needs some minor amendments too. So first area of discussion is advertising regulations, which are shown in attachment A1, and it's California Code of Regulations, section 1811. And so we are proposing several technical amendments to our advertising regulations, including deleting references to MFT referral services, which we, as of a number of years ago now, we no longer register MFT referral services. We don't have that authority in statute anymore. It was kind of something that became obsolete and it got deleted several years ago, but we still have a reference to that in the advertising regulations. We have a title used that's for social work associates. We reference a registered associate CSW. That's not a title that anybody in the profession really uses. You typically associate social workers are called ASWs, or associate clinical social workers. We've made some cleanup to replace gendered pronouns with gender neutral pronouns, and adding a subdivision G permitting the use of a nickname or formal legal name in an advertisement, because currently it's unclear whether or not the law permits this. We're also proposing to add a requirement that registrants must include in an advertisement that they are supervised by a licensed person. Currently, only MFT associates must do this. So adding this to the advertising regulations general, rather than just having it in MFT statute, will apply it to everyone and put it in the same, put it in a location where it should be. So it's clear to everybody. So that's the first area of change is section 1811. Then we move into looking at some of the statute for associates and comparing that across the license type to make it consistent. And we notice when we see that for associates, we have Business and Professions Code section 4980.44 that requires that MFT associates inform each client that they're an unlicensed registrant and provide their registration number, name of employer, and indicate what specific type of licensee is supervising them. That subdivision is much more detailed in its requirements than the comparable statute for ASWs and APCCs. So there's an inconsistency there, which can be confusing when you're trying to explain our advertising regulations to all associates. So I've included the specific text in the memo and how it differs. And basically the main thing is that the MFTs have to list what specific license type that is supervising the MFT associate. At its previous meeting, the committee directed staff to make the language more consistent about license types. So the proposed language is shown in attachment A2, and we're proposing to require all applicants and registrants to inform each client that they are unlicensed and under the supervision of a licensed professional, and to provide the name of their employer, or if not employed, who they volunteer for. And we've removed the requirement for the AMFT to provide their specific registration number, as it's not consistent with what we are requiring for the other license types. And actually, if you want to get really into details, per our new bill that just got signed into law, SB 1024, the registration number is going to be required to be included for all new clients in their required notice to consumers anyways. So they will be getting that as part of the required notice. Moving on to another piece of the MFT law that differs a little bit from the others. 4980.44 subdivision B specifies additional information that must be contained in an MFT associate's advertisement. If they have to say that they're a registrant, their registration number, name of employer, they're supervised by a licensed person. Every requirement in 4980.44B is already contained in the advertising regulations, except for one, and that's the requirement that they disclose in an advertisement that they're supervised by a licensed person. And so as I mentioned earlier, we're recommending that 4980.44B be struck in its entirety, and the requirement to be that should instead, the requirement stating that they are supervising by a licensed person should be moved to the advertising regulations, where it would apply to all associates, not just MFTs. So we won't have that confusion of, well, if you're an MFT associate, you need to do this, but you don't need to do that if you're another kind of associate. So we're trying to kind of clean all of that up there. I'm going to move on to the third kind of overarching topic that we're changing, which is statute for trainees or social work interns, and that's shown in attachment A3. Business and Professions Code 4980.48 discusses specifically MFT trainees and requires that they inform each client that they are unlicensed, provide the name of their employer, and indicate what type of licensee is supervising them. It's, again, much more specific than what is required for social work interns and PCC trainees, and I've compared the different laws in the text here. So we're proposing revisions that instead, for all types of trainees, MFT trainees, PCC trainees, or social work interns, they must provide that they are unlicensed, that they're under supervision. MFT trainees would need to say they're under the supervision of a licensed professional. That's only because right now MFT trainees can count pre-degree hours, so they're the only ones that have to be supervised by a licensed professional. And then they would also have to state the name of their employer or entity for which they volunteer. And for social workers, we would strike the client disclosure requirement and move it to it's in regulations right now. We would move it to statute to be consistent with the other statutes. We would remove the requirement in regulations that a social work intern inform their client that they are under the supervision of a licensee. That is not actually required under statute, unlike MFT trainees who count pre-degree hours. Social work interns do not, and the board does not currently have the authority to require them to be supervised by a licensee. In addition, regarding trainee advertising requirements, MFT and PCC trainees and social work interns are not included in the advertising regulations because they are not registered with the board yet, and therefore they are not technically under its jurisdiction yet. However, MFT trainees are a little different because they can count the pre-degree hours. So the board has a little bit more purview over them, unlike the other types of pre-licensed students, because the board sets criteria they need to meet in order for their pre-degree hours to count. So staff believes that it's appropriate to have a section in statute for MFT trainees outlining some basic advertising requirements. So we've consolidated the language a little bit in 4980.48 subdivisions B and C to require that an MFT advertisement must include their name, that they're an MFT trainee, the name of their employer or entity where they volunteer, and that they're supervised by a licensed person. So that's what we're proposing for trainees. And then finally, the fourth piece of this is the amendment of the advertising definition in each practice act, just to make them consistent. They're all worded, just there's some slight differences right now, most notably with LPCC statute. It defines advertising in a slightly different way than the other three license types. It does not reference a public communication as defined in 651A, and the other three license types all do. The omission isn't really, it's 651A still applies to LPCCs because 651A applies to all healing arts. But it could affect clarity because 651, it's not referenced there, so it sort of leaves it out. It would be more clear to reference this in the LPCC law rather than not have it in there, and it would be better to have this definition of advertising consistent across the practice acts. So we're recommending amending the LPCC law, section 499.12, to include the definition of a public communication. And then we're also recommending several technical amendments to make the exact wording in each section the same. So we have changed some wording things like referencing notices in church bulletins. We're now changing them to be consistent to referencing notices in bulletins from religious organizations. Little changes like that to make things consistent. I've prepared a couple of charts that kind of summarize the proposed changes, what the requirements for advertising and client disclosures are now versus what advertising and client disclosures would be under the proposal. So you can take a look at that in the 4 charts that are included in your packet. There would be a very specific implementation plan that we would need to do this. We would need to run it in a very specific order. And that's because we're moving things from statute to regulation and regulation to statute. And we don't want one thing to go away in statute or regulation before something else gets added elsewhere. So we've worked with legal to adopt a strategy. And so the strategy that we're proposing today, and the motions will reflect this, is to first run the amendments to the advertising regulations in section 1811, attachment A1. Next, we would need to run the statute changes shown in attachments A2 and A3. Those are the sections pertaining to client disclosure and advertising requirements for associates. That would need to be done after 1811 changes are approved by Office of Administrative Law. Then we would need to strike the regulations section 1880, which pertains to social work interns in A3. Once the statute changes in A2 and A3 become effective. And then finally, and this can be done at any time, and I was actually thinking of doing it in this year's sunset bill if it gets approved, the statute changes shown in A4 basically clean up and can stand alone and can be run as legislation at any time after board approval. So I'm thinking possibly in next year's sunset bill. So I'm going to open it up for discussion now, and then depending on how the discussion goes, we can run through the motions at any time to discuss, to figure out how to adopt this. So we'll open it up.
Comments or questions from our board members to help us form a motion?
Chris, I have a question. Maybe this question is for Roseanne. Are we going to do 4 separate motions or take it one at a, or take it all together?
I was wondering where that voice was coming from. I think what we're doing is seeing if there is any general questions, and then I think Roseanne's going to help us walk through the motion process. But I think you said it has to be 4 separate motions?
It has to be 4 motions. Christy's nodding her head separate. I would like to read it all as once and have one discussion, but I think we need to see how the discussion goes and if any changes are desired, because that could affect things.
Okay. Are there any questions about possible changes, or does everything seem kind of straightforward? Nick?
Yeah, so I'm curious, and I know that we're trying to unify the language, but in the language, I'm trying to find it now, where the language specific about notifying about being a trainee or unlicensed, if there can also be language that requires them to give the name of who their supervisor is specifically, I think that would be, that change would be really important.
Could you tell us which attachment you're referring to?
Yeah, so trying to find the attachments. It's the,
Might be A3
yes.
on page 2317. I'm seeing, so where it says, I'm looking at 4980.48, where it's talking about that the trainee is supervised by a licensed person. The reason we have kind of gone away from having the supervised name is that if it's in an advertisement, it's printed somewhere on a website or a business card that's not easily changeable. Sometimes supervisees can change if they leave the company, or somebody else is supervising, taking over supervision for a month or something like that. So we kind of get into some questions of like, who's actually the supervisor that week, or, well, my supervisor left and it's wrong on the website. But so that's kind of why we haven't done that. We were just saying they're supervised by a licensed person, but that's, up for discussion.
How about if somebody might want to know, say they might want to know who the supervisor is. Is there a way of putting a link or something if they want to check, or?
There's not really a way. I mean, the board doesn't track who's supervising who, because it's such a dynamic I mean, it's changing with turnover and things like that. So it's only as good as the business is of updating their business cards or their website. And some businesses might be really on that and some may not. And I guess the concern might be that the supervisor and the supervisee might not have too much control over how good they are at updating that.
If the trainees, when the trainee's employer be able to, if the trainee's employer is listed on the advertisement, you'd be able to find the supervisor.
Yeah, and
Employer?
that's why we listed the employer and not actually who happens to be supervising them. I mean, if they really wanted to find out, they have the employer. They don't necessarily have the name of the supervisor, but they could probably get it.
I guess for me, I'm thinking, so as a consumer, if I have an issue with a supervisor, let's just say there's some advertising, how likely am I to go find an employer to find out who that person is? Whereas if I know who the person is and I have an issue, it's a lot easier for me to go to the board and share that information. You get what I'm saying? I think, and I don't know, I hear what you're saying about switching it over, but from an advertising perspective, I do believe it would be important that they are advertising themselves under supervision and by who specifically. And I understand the burden in changing that, but I think there's the other side is that I think the consumer should be informed about who is being supervised, who is supervising that person specifically.
Right. The other thing here is that PCC trainees are not necessarily required to be supervised by a licensed person, and social work interns are not either.
Oh, this is for the trainee specifically, right?
This is for the trainees specifically.
But as an associate though, they're not. I guess that's what I'm saying. I know that we're trying to make this a uniform thing, but if we're looking at under attachment A2, for example, where it's requiring associates to inform each client that they're under unlicensed registered, and then it gives the whole block. In contrast, for APCs and ASWs, they're just saying that I'm under supervision from a licensed professional. So I think in all cases, it should reflect who the specific supervisor is. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Other thoughts? Kelly?
Nick, do you mean supervisor and employer or supervisor itself?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know it, so it has the employer in there, so I would say in that case, maybe both. Yeah, because the employer can stay the same and the supervisor can be different. The supervisor can come and go.
So it'd be like Jim
Yeah.
supervised by Bob under Kaiser.
Yeah.
And I think that was the reason for not putting the supervisor on there, because the employer may be consistent, but the supervisor can change. So every time the supervisor changes, you'd be required to change the advertising. Versus the employer that you could call the employer and say, who's supervising that person?
And those particularly, I think Sabina, right, they would have to report that fiscal impact in the bill proposal of changing every
Correct.
time the supervisor changed.
Right, because then you would be forcing those registrants or licensees to then update advertising or websites or printed anything every time, every time there's a change. So they would want to hear that fiscal impact.
John?
I think what I'm hearing Nick, Mr. Boyd say.
Dr. Boyd.
Dr.
Doctor.
Boyd, and please correct me if I'm mishearing this, is that what we're saying is we're changing this to take the burden off of the registrants and trainees. And what he's suggesting is that burden is actually important for them because we're here to protect consumers. So consumers at every moment should have an access to, hey, something really weird happened in my experience today. I do want to reach out to that supervisor. I should be able as a consumer to find that information immediately rather than have to go through multiple steps. Oh, I need to talk to the agency, and then the agency needs to look it up, and then they need to tell me, and then I can reach out to the supervisor.
Correct.
So I think what I'm hearing is you're saying, yes, maybe we need to take on the burden as the clinicians so the consumer has an easier path to follow up if they need to.
Exactly.
Thoughts, Roseanne?
I mean, and we're talking about kind of two different things, the client disclosure requirements for MFTs and the advertising. I mean, yeah, the board can do that if they want. We have historically not, but it is something that can be on the table for consideration if the board wants to.
Eleanor?
Can we have like something that maybe there's a flyer that's provided or at least something says, like, if you ever have any issues, call this number, you know?
We do have that. We have a required notice to consumer. And so the required notice to consumer has to be given out by all associates and licensees when therapy services are initiated. And that basically says that the name of, this is the agency that receives and respond. Well, for a board, we have two of them. One's for somebody who's in an exempt setting. For the non-exempt setting, we have the required notice to consumers, and that basically says, I'm trying to find the page. Just bear with me just a second. It basically says the board and behavior. It basically gives the board as the entity that receives and responds to complaints and provides the board's contact information so that they can look up the associate or the licensee to file a complaint. And as of January 1st, that's going to be required to contain the license number, the license expiration date, a couple things like that.
Right. And I recognize that the notice, this is a little different than the notice, but I also think over communicating that is not a bad thing. I don't think that we, as a consumer, if I'm going to Psychology Today, to figure out who I want to have as my provider. And they just say, I'm under supervision. Well, under supervision by who? I mean, that would be important to me as a consumer. Who are you supervised by? What is so you say you do X, Y, and Z type of psychotherapy. Is your supervisor supervising you in that type of psychotherapy? And I would like to look that up and know that. How would I know if I just say Kaiser? I wouldn't know that. I'd have to go on a scavenger hunt, and that creates a burden for the consumer to do that, puts the burden on the consumer to find that information. I think we have a responsibility, regardless of how burdensome it might be, as license holder, as a board, as an agency, to provide that information very, very clearly for the person to understand exactly who that person is.
Other thoughts? Kelly?
I think Dr. Boyd's right. I mean, think about it. If you're a consumer and something happens to you with a training therapist, and your choices are, I know this person and I know Kaiser, and you attempt to call Kaiser and say, well, I'm trying to find this person, the supervisor for this person. You could be there for days. Versus I need to speak to such and such. They are the supervisor of this person who is my therapist. It'll be much easier. I think Dr. Boyd's correct.
So then, Roseanne, if the board is to make a motion to amend that to include the supervisor's name, what would that look like?
We would need to put that in, I believe, the advertising. In 1811, it would be they are supervised by a licensed person and the supervisor's name. I don't know about their license number because
Wasn't that a problem because one of the statutes actually says supervised by a licensed person? And then we had to conform the statute in order to be able to add additional detail because the reg can't go beyond the authorizing statute.
we would have to, well,
Have to do the statute first, right?
1811 doesn't apply to trainees. So I think we'd be
then,
okay there. 'cause
yeah.
Trainees, 1811 only applies to associates and licensees.
Right.
So I think we'd be okay there, but we would have to conform the other statutes to the requirements. So, I'm assuming you would want the disclosure requirements and the advertising requirements. So we would have to go back and basically look at how that would work with the trainees because there's some inconsistencies in the law now.
Right.
And so we would have to basically
We'd have to put the reg on hold
Yeah.
till the statute gets amended, if it gets amended, because it still has to go through the legislative process. Then come back.
We would need to come back. I think we need to go back and look at the proposal and bring it back to the board and see if any of the timing or anything needs to change because there are so many steps and so many changes.
I mean, you could do the regulation changes here as kind of a placeholder to clean up what you have right now, and then go back, make the statutory changes, and then conform the reg later.
I think I'd want to pull the whole thing back and rework it.
Okay.
And bring it back rather than
Giving you options.
Yeah.
So then, based on Nick's suggestion, if the board were to move in that direction, your recommendation is to pull this item off, rework it, and then come back
Yes.
and deal with it, so we don't mess with the rest of the,
Except for A4. 'cause
except for
A4
A4.
Yes,
So the last part of it.
the last part, yes.
Okay, so that would be something that we could take an action on.
Yes.
Okay, so then, and I just want to make sure that the board is on the same page because we're not actually voting on that. We're making a decision as a board to defer it, let Roseanne go back and work it out and then come back to us with something different. Okay, perfect. So then what we are going to do then is focus on the fourth motion, which is A4, amendment of advertising definitions. Is there discussion with regards to that component? The recommended motion would be to have the staff discuss changes and make any non-substantive changes and pursue as a legislative proposal. Do we have any comments or discussion regarding that?
Chair.
Hearing,
Chair.
Kelly?
Chair, I would move under attachment A4 to direct staff to make any discussed changes, any non-substantive changes, and pursue as a legislative proposal.
I will second that. Any further discussion from our board? Any discussion from our audience members?
Good afternoon, Ben Caldwell, MFT. To Dr. Boyd's comment and the idea of including the supervisor's name specifically, that was in the advertising rules years ago, and we switched away from that largely for the good reasons that Roseanne had talked about. In some contexts, the supervisor changes unpredictably, maybe every month or two, and requiring folks to reprint their business cards, redo or update their websites, flyers, everything like that, with the change in specific supervisor would be very costly and very punitive. And it would result in a lot of outdated information being sort of out there among the public, in addition to whatever's current. Naming the employer instead has proven to be a pretty effective solution to that problem. So I would encourage the board to stay on that course rather than having to name the specific supervisor. As it relates to the rest of the package here, Roseanne, I want to thank you for your diligence on this. I know there's a complex set of interlocking stuff here. I would not request any changes to it. I just have one little note, and it's about the way that you're reading the existing statute for MFT associates, 4980.44. You're saying that the MFT associate needs to indicate what specific license type is supervising them because they're all listed out in that statute. The way that I read that, because of the use of the word whether, it becomes a binary. Whether sort of implies whether or not. And obviously, I'm not an attorney. I would
15
defer to
seconds.
the legal folks here, but for associates reading that language and trying to comply with it, I would hope they wouldn't be seen as non-compliant for engaging in what seems to be a reasonable enough reading of that and just saying they're under licensed supervision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Where is it looking?
4980.49.
Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMPT. Roseanne, also wanted to thank you so much for your hard work on this. It's very complex, it's very detailed, like you said. And with that being said, really appreciate the recommended amendments to clean up the different sections in the statute and making those requirements consistent across all three licensure types. Based on the conversation that Ben just raised here and Dr. Boyd raised as well, we don't have any concerns or anything at this point to make, but can definitely reach out to you and directly, Roseanne, after we've had a chance at camp to discuss it a little bit more internally. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from our remote participants?
Now is the time to raise a hand if you'd like to make a comment from WebEx. You can do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And our first request comes from GV Ayers. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Representing CalPIC, appreciate very much the board in considering this. We support establishing consistency and clearing up outdated language, and the efforts that have been made. We appreciate very much the efforts of staff and including everybody in talking about this. So we look forward to participating in this going forward.
Thank you, JV.
And that was our only online request.
All right. Any further discussion before we move to a vote? All right. Christine is not here. Steve, would you mind taking the vote? The motion on the floor is A4 to direct staff to make any discussed changes and any non-substantive changes and pursue as a legislative proposal. Kelly's.
It's just the item in attachment 8.4, A4,
Yeah.
not
Kelly made
A1
the-
through 3.
Kelly made the motion, I seconded.
Okay, I think she got that part, so that's good. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me take the vote. Lorez Bailey,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Justin Huff,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
John Sovek.
Yes.
Thank you. Susan Friedman
Yes.
and oh my God, I'm sorry here. Annette Walker.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, thank you. And Eleanor Uribe.
Yes.
Thank you. And Nick Boyd.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break, give them a stretch of their legs. And we'll come back and close this meeting out. All right, we are back. Before we move on to the next item, we've had a request to revisit item number 23 by Board Member Sovek. John, you have the floor.
Thank you. So after having some conversations with Roseanne and other people who kind of crafted this, we did get caught up in this very specific thing that Dr. Boyd brought up. But when I look at it and talk and understand the statute and regulation interactions and the pieces of the puzzle they're trying to bring together, I would actually like to continue making a motion to get this moving along. So with that said, I believe, Roseanne, I would need to start with motion A for A1, and then we would move through the others. And then we can see by a board vote if we're supportive of this or not.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what you need to do.
So with that said, and we'll even see if I get a second, that will help us know too. I'd like to move to approve the proposed regulatory text in attachment A1 and complete all of the following actions. Direct staff to submit the text in A1 to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposal regulations as noticed for Title 16, California Code of Regulations 1811.
Justin Huff, second.
All right, any further board discussion? Nick?
Yeah, so I would like to know what the conversation was. So maybe you can help me understand why what was it that you had the conversation about that resulted in that, just so I understand.
I think it was clarifying and understanding more the history of where we've been. When I was going through my traineeship and internship at that time, the requirements were in place and I had to have all of these names and pieces, supervisor's number and all of that stuff in place at the time. And for myself personally, and we were joking about this, most of us on the board are probably people who live in the ethical and legal side pretty intensely. And so I did make all of those changes. I also at the same time had the financial ability to make those changes with ease. And I had the technical ability to make it in multiple media. I don't know if that's necessarily true of everyone who would be involved in this work. And the idea, if, like example, I was at Family Services Agency of Burbank. During that time, I had 3 different supervisors. I could see the idea of them calling up the desk at Family Services Agency of Burbank and say, I need to speak to John Sovek, supervisor, as a pretty clear way to get through it. So I think this movement is going to allow for much clearer and much more modern approaches to how people are able to advertise their work and still keep the consumers safe and protected. And I think this idea also, in some occasions when I was doing my internship, I was working in private practice, I was working in a treatment center, and I was also doing some hospital work. So all of a sudden, this idea that I could stay consistent, in this case, I used my private practice person as my advertised person, and that created a consistency that made it very strong for me, and anyone could find out. And those pieces of the puzzle And talking to Roseanne to just create a little bit more depth on it helped me believe that I would like us to move forward with this. I think it does provide consumer protection, and I think it does kind of bring us into a much more like modern approach to how our registrants and licensees can approach building their businesses.
Roseanne, are you able to talk a bit more too about maybe what, so John mentioned that there was some historical stuff, and I remember going through this as well as an associate, and maybe, so I hear what you're saying, and I definitely, I guess, can understand that burden, particularly working in multiple agencies. But what was the rationale? I'm assuming that was the rationale for removing it the last time. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'd have to go back and look at the exact arguments to refresh. I believe it was in 2013, and the concern at the time was that in terms of having supervisors who at some agencies might be changing constantly, or you might have a substitute supervisor for a month and things like that, then the administrative requirements to stay in compliance with that could become burdensome if you have multiple supervisors or turnover of supervisors, and it could be something that's somewhat out of the associate or trainee's control. In the case of associates, they have their associate registration number that's disclosed. In terms of the trainees, it's a little bit different, because for MFT trainees, that they're gonna have to be under a licensed supervisor, but for the others, they're not. So having the name of employer, at least it provides a way to find that out with not, every 2 months having to reprint, or having the trainee finding themselves out of compliance and having concerns about that. That was kind of the concern at the time. We haven't had, to my knowledge, any enforcement and concerns about this, or any having it be problematic. So that's kind of, my sense is that when we get feedback, we're probably going to end up in the same place as we are now, but definitely I see your point, and I can recognize that as well. And it's kind of weighing, I see your public protection component, there is that, but then there's the administrative sort of feasibility too. And it is a big issue in some settings where there's high turnover of supervisors, or we get the person that, well, my supervisor is going on a temporary leave of absence, and now I have to reprint my cards. And one of the things that the stakeholders brought up at the beginning of this conversation is, there's a lot of information that's required for pre-licensees, and it's not fitting in my Instagram byline and things like that. So we wanted to try to get the requirements more concise. So that's how we sort of started with this project. In addition, Christy did bring up a point that she's right. We don't have the statutory authority right now to require
the name of the supervisor. So we
It's
do
only-
have the
we-
reg, sorry to interrupt you. Did you want to
No,
finish?
go for it.
So I guess my prior recommendation was like, you could move this regulation now based on the way the law is written now. And then if you change it, then we could come back and fix it. But I think my concern was that you've done a lot of policy work on this reg, that not just focused on the advertising of the supervision by a licensed person, which is the law now. But in addition to the nickname issue, you would be kind of putting that all on hold pending that issue outcome. So you could pass a motion to clean up the regulation as the law is written now, while pursuing other legislative changes if you want to. And then we could come back and conform the reg later if those changes are approved by the legislature and signed by the governor. So that was my input of like, maybe not tossing out the reg, at least for now, because there's still other changes you can make that would, help, implement your policy objectives that we could do now while you're figuring out the legislative piece. So.
Kelly.
Yeah, so, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate the discussion which has been evinced here. A couple things. One, if there's insufficient statutory authority, to expand that notice provision. Totally understand that. I think that's definitely a very crystallized reason to move the regulation forward. The second thing I would mention is we keep using the term stakeholders. Stakeholders includes consumers of mental health services. And there ain't no one here who's over there at that podium who's talking for them. All of us, we are the voice of the consumers. So it's important to consider when we talk about notice provisions that we are not a foil. We're not some shill for other consumer agency, other regulatory agencies, or for professional organizations who are saying this is going to be too fiscally burdensome on us. And it's just something to keep in mind. But I have no problem moving forward on the regulation.
Thank you, Kelly. Always the voice of the people. Any other? Ellen?
We don't have a motion on the floor, do we?
You have a motion and a second.
Oh, sorry, missed it.
All right. No other board comments? Comments from our public in the audience? No. Moderator, do we have any comments from our remote participants?
We shall find out. Now is the time to raise a hand if you'd like to make a comment. Please do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users can dial *3 to raise their hand. We're going to spend just a few more seconds seeing if we have a request for public comment before we continue. Seeing no request for public comment, you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right, Christina, would you please take the vote?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
All right, hold on one second, Christina. I'm sorry, Susan? Sure. The motion was stated as it's in the meeting materials.
motion A, I believe
Motion
was.
A. Yeah, to approve the proposed regulatory text in attachment 1A and complete all of the following actions, and then it lists all those actions. Would you like me to read it again, or do you want? Okay.
Can I say something, or can we still have? She had made a recommendation that you could still hear, basically like approve it, but there was some modifications.
No, my suggestion was that I know you have some policy concerns with the way the statute's currently written about listing only the person being supervised by a licensed person, but not particularly the name of the supervisor. So we would need to conform all the statutes. We'd need statutory change. So originally, Ms. Helms had indicated, let's just hold everything, including the reg. And I said, well, we could still move the changes to the reg pending the outcome of the legislative issues, because that could take a year or more. And I wouldn't want you to waste all the committee work that has been done to develop policy to clean up the advertising reg as the law reads now. So I'm fine with the way the text is written currently. And so that's why Mr. Sobak read the motion A, because he's fine with no changes to the regulations as the law reads now. So that's kind of where we are. So I don't have any recommendations to make changes to the text that's in the packet right now. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Yeah.
All right, Christina.
Dr. Nick Boyd,
No.
Reby,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Abstain.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
No.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
No.
Lorez Bailey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. So then that would move us down to the second motion. Motion B. So Roseanne, do you want to catch us up to speed as to where we are in the cogs of the wheel?
Yes, so for attachments, the motion for attachment A2 and A3, so This particular, this is kind of moving things, deleting some duplicative language, moving the requirement for like the associate registration number that the person is supervised by a licensed person. That's moving that for AMFT, which is the only place where that particular thing is required, to the attachment A1, so that it's in regs, that it applies for everyone. So this is the language pertaining to associates. And so the motion that we had originally proposed for this would be to direct staff to make any non-substantive changes and direct staff to run this as a legislative proposal after the regulatory amendments in A1 become effective. Attachments A2 and A3. All sections excluding California Code of Regulations 1880.
Any thoughts or questions to inform a motion?
So then, Roseanne, a motion needs to be made separately for A2 and then another one separately for A3.
For A2 and A3, the statute portions, the motion, that's the motion that we're talking about right now. And then there needs to be a separate motion for A3 just to
1880.
just to strike 1880 because
Right,
that's a
for the
reg.
regs.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion. How do I?
Do you want me to read it again?
Regarding the proposed statute or amendments shown in attachments A2 and A3, direct staff to make any discussed changes or any non-substantive changes and direct staff to run as legislative proposal after the regulatory amendments in attachment A1 become effective. Is that the correct motion?
That is correct.
Justin Huft, second.
Discussion? I see no discussion. Glasses off. Now I can see. All right. Any comments from our audience of one? Moderator, do we have any comments from our remote participants?
We are once again accepting public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Christina, would you take the vote?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
No.
Honora Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Abstain.
Susan Friedman, John Sovic,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe.
Yes.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
No.
Larez Bailey,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, thank you. And then that moves us to the third portion of this, Roseanne, which is the change in the regulations.
Yes, so there is in attachment A3, there is a section, it's 1880, that's part of the licensed clinical social worker regulations. And it basically talks about social work interns and what they need to inform their clients of in the case of when they're seeing their clients. So this actually needs to, for consistency with the other practice acts, it should be in statute, first of all. And second of all, it's incorrect to state that a social work intern needs to be supervised by a licensed marriage and family therapist, licensed professional clinical counselor. So we don't have the statutes don't provide that authority. So that really should not be in law. It's very old. So we are actually moving the equivalent of that into in A3, that's moving into 4996.15 subsection B, without the specifically stating the license types. So we would need to strike this, but not until after the changes that we just approved in A3 are made.
This is a complicated.
It's really complicated, I know.
John?
Okay, here goes, Roseanne. Let's see how I do. So adopt the proposed deletion of 16 CCR 1880 shown in attachment 3. Direct staff to make any non-substantive changes and recommend that the board pursue the change as a section 100 regulation proposal to be run after the amendments in attachment A1, A2, and the statutory amendments in A3 become effective.
Do you have a second?
Justin Huff, second.
Discussion? Discussion from our audience member? No? Moderator, do we have any comments or discussion from our remote participants?
We are again open for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Christina?
Dr. Nick Boyd,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Abstain?
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Justin Huft,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Lorez Bailey,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Item 23 is officially closed.
And Chairman Jones and the rest of the board, I would really like to thank you for indulging me the time to come back to this after the break, because it gave me time to get more information and clarify my thoughts on it. And once I learned that information, I really was in support of this. So thank you all for creating that space for me.
Now we're going to move on to item number 24, which is discussion on probation program statistics. Sarita, would you please provide us with
You
an
know what?
overview? Oh, no.
Actually, we're going to switch that up a little bit.
We are, okay.
Yes, it's kind of a combo here. You'll hear from
Oh.
Sarita in a few. But I'm going to kind of give the overall. Originally, when at the May 2024 meeting, staff, there was a request to provide a brief report as to whether the enforcement program was kind of seeing that probationers were having difficult time complying with the probationary terms at the later part of their probationary period due to financial restraints. Originally setting out, I'm like, oh, great, we'll go get the data and then we'll present it. But it kind of turned into a little bit different presentation. Really, there is actually correction in this memo there. The board does not monitor the reasons that a probationer may surrender their license. So it is unclear. The financial strain has become an increasing factor in people not fulfilling their full probation terms. So looking at that, really what the presentation, I'm kind of just giving you the overall thoughts are really the cost of probation, as you can kind of understand. It really is depending on how long the probation is and then the actual terms of the probation. So I wanted to make sure that we had a clear understanding of the actual costs of probation. And the specific terms that can add to the overall cost, I list them out here. We have probation monitoring fees, and that requires a $100 fee per each month of probation. And the probationer can pay this in monthly installments or different amounts, but must pay at least $1,200 every year of probation. There is cost recovery terms. Usually when the cost recovery terms are something that we really do during the settlement process, those are one of the first things we look at reducing, and that usually is reduced. There could be an education fee. They have to pay for remedial coursework or continuing education. And depending on where they go for that actual coursework or, coursework, or if they do CEs, the price can be, the price may vary. And then supervision. All supervision costs must be, borne by the actual registrant, the probationer. And as you know, you could possibly have no fees associated with that or some fees associated with that supervision, depending on the relation that they form with their supervisor. And then therapy. And if they are required to do therapy, then that's borne by the actual probationer. And then, as we know, drug and alcohol testing, psychological evaluations, and possibly, which is a very rare occurrence, billing monitor. All those add to the cost of probation. So looking at this and kind of understanding the concerns, that I personally, and I'm not speaking for the board, but we want to make sure, I hope to make probationary period a rehabilitative, not necessarily punitive. So we do take into consideration, we understand that there is a lot of cost associated with the probation program. So we're looking at all those different terms that can add costs to it. There are certain things that we do that can help possibly reduce the amount of money that actual probationers have to pay out or actually be on the hook for. Sorry about that term, it's not really appropriate. But so one of the things is they can petition for modification or termination of their probation. So that can definitely shorten the period. The drug and alcohol testing frequency, each registrant or licensee on probation is tested randomly, as you know, according to the testing frequency schedules that are in the uniform standards related to substance abuse. During the first year of probation, there is a level one that they have to be set at, and that guidelines recommend on that level one a range between 52 and 104 times per year to be tested. In subsequent years, the level two, within a 5-year limit, the guidelines recommend a range of 36 to 104 times per year. So the guidelines do have testing frequency exceptions. And because of those exceptions, most of the terms, we have started most of those terms as 36 times per year, unless the circumstances surrounding the violation do not fall within an exception. So we don't want to, we try to look to see of the burden that places. We know it's an extra burden, and we want to make sure that we're using that testing, efficiently, but not, I guess I could say, punitively. Drug testing costs. Each probationer must pay for their drug and alcohol testing. I mentioned, I think it was yesterday, we did enter into a new contract. And with the past vendor, the probationers were paying approximately $100 per test. And probationers are now going to be paying approximately $80 per test. So that is kind of a benefit that we've been able to reduce a little bit on the whole overall cost. Part of that too, over the years, the testing has always been, as you've heard, it's getting less and less, but it used to be where you actually had to go into the test site. And so there's a lot of, you can actually do at-home blood tests now. And so the burden of actually doing the drug testing and the travel time and the cost to travel has been reduced. So that's kind of happy in that sense that we've been able to kind of, with the technology and such, been able to reduce some of the burden upon the probationer. Additionally, if they have therapy, the board uniform standards require that counseling must be at least once a week unless otherwise determined by the board. And the board, we have a requirement in there: probationer shall undergo and continue treatment until the board or its designee determines that no further psychotherapy is necessary. Under that, we actually are often able to reduce the therapy down with a written request by the probationer's therapist. They can write to us and say that they have been meeting with the client or with the probationer every week, and it's probably not beneficial every week, but maybe, you know, twice a month or once a month would be appropriate. So we do actually approve that in the back office. But the one thing we don't do is negate therapy altogether, because that is a board term. So that was just kind of just to give you an examples of way we kind of work to, I guess, in essence, reduce the cost of therapy. I mean, probation. Sorry about that. That wouldn't help with therapy, would it? So, I mean, anecdotally, I think, you know, when people come up before the board on probation, cost is always, I mean, going to be a viable, not viable, but a, you know, viable complaint, I guess, realistic complaint. Additionally, the burden of, you know, doing all the, you know, doing the actual activities of therapy, testing, that's a burden too. So, I mean, that's something that's always been anecdotally mentioned as a problem with the probation. Whether that is forcing people to, you know, quit probation or not go through the whole probation process, we don't really have stats now on that. But we did actually, Sarita helped out, looked at some stats over the last, I'll let you explain. Just to start that off though, we have, currently right now, we have about 142 probationers in our probation cycle, and 17 of those are told. So just to give you an idea of how many probationers we have. And Sarita, would you like to give us what you kind of came up with?
Yes, so we did review the number of licensees and registrants that were placed under probation terms and conditions in the last 5 years, which is the period between July 2019 and June 2024. And so the following is the data that was collected as of August 21st of this year. So there's a total of 48 petitions for early termination of probation that were granted. 14 of those petitions for early termination were granted to probationers that began their probationary terms in or after July of 2019. There were 6 petitions for modification of probation that were granted from July 2019 to June 2024. 4 of those petitions for modifications were granted to probationers that began their terms in and after July 2019. There were a total of 68 probationers that surrendered either their license or registration in that time frame. A total of 34 probationers began their probationary term in that 5-year period, did surrender their license or registration in that time frame. That makes sense.
No, thank you. And thank you for looking into that. And I think one of the data points I do want to look in closer at that is going back and looking at the actual probationers that surrendered their license. Many times, I'll say often, it's because they have a petition to revoke or they've been violated their probation. So they just determine that that's surrender. So I want to look at that to see how many of those, well, this number 68 were based upon, you know, violating their probation, just to kind of look at that. And there definitely is, I know this has been a concern of the board, and I know I've been wanting to collect more information on the probation, you know, program itself and be able to present that. So I'm hoping maybe in the future I can kind of include that in some of our reports. So I hope that kind of responds to the questions that were brought up last time. And that's my report. Thank you, Sarita.
Thank you, Steve and Sarita. Kelly, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, so I had asked for this because I was concerned about the financial impact upon probationers. And if you look at it, even assuming they're on the low end of level 1, right? Let's say we don't even take into account the fact that they have to reimburse the attorney generals, or pay for their therapy, or pay for their psychological evaluation. They're still going to end up in that first year paying $5,360 all to complete their own probation at the same time as they're trying to do their therapy, recover from substance abuse, maintain their probation, get their supervisor, and complete their psychological evaluation. So that's sort of a dramatic burden upon probationers entering into probation. It's not inconsistent with what happens in criminal probation, but because these costs continue over the course of 5 years, it does add a fairly substantial financial burden to them. My concern is that it may not be causing them to toll or drop out of probation or even skip a drug test, but it will have an effect on quality of life and their ability to successfully complete probation and therapy.
Susan, and then Justin.
I'm curious on the number who forfeit their license. They just give up. And Steve was saying he thinks it's because they've screwed up on probation, so that's it. I mean,
No, they don't keep track of that. They don't know why.
they don't know that.
Yeah, they don't know
He's
why.
thinking, he thinks it's because.
No, I mean, that could be a factor. It's not necessarily the factor, but that was the number we have there, 68 probationers this was the last 5 years, have surrendered their license or registration. And the reasons for that, I cannot speak to, but one of it could be, that it's either a petition to revoke or, they may not be complying.
Yeah, if I could just add to it, it's just when I was reviewing the numbers, the particular cases, probationary cases, where there was a license or registration surrendered, I looked back just to kind of get an idea to see if there's any certain trends. And that's what I noticed, that there were some compliance issues, and there were a couple instances of where there was a PTR or a petition to revoke probation initiated. So I'm not sure if that's what led to the surrender, but that's just what I saw in those cases. So just to kind of add to it. So.
Thank you. Yeah, could be a factor.
Well, it would be a really good thing to find out.
And that would be actually so. And the other thing too is really I think we were trying to look for this. It was kind of hard to grab right now, is how many people successfully are passing through, passing their probations and moving forward. So that's another actual stat maybe we'll be looking at.
Justin, do you have no comment?
I have a question. I was just wondering, when they get the news that it's going to be revoked, and I know there's some possible options that they can file petitions, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe that's told to them verbally. Is it provided to them in like a paper at all?
Oh yeah, everything is, the petition to revokes are all documented and served, and
I think.
Any other comments? Comments from our audience?
Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMPT, holding down the fort here in person. Steve, thank you. Sarita, thank you so much for the report. Just wanted to quickly express our appreciation for the conversation today and looking at the different attempts to reduce financial burden on those who are on probation. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for holding down the fort. Appreciate that. Do we have any comments from our remote participants, moderator?
We are less lonely, but we might as well be alone. We're going to give just a few more seconds to see if anybody has a public comment via WebEx. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to hear from GV Ayers. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. This is GV Ayers representing CalPIC. Had no specific comment on this. I just wanted to say and affirm that you're not alone. Thank you.
Thanks, GV. We appreciate you.
And
Another
with that, I
comment?
think we're ready to continue.
All right, thank you.
Steve, the last thing I would say is, for the next board meeting, if you can explore a fee waiver, see if that's a possibility.
A fee waiver as is.
Fee waiver for drug tests or a fee waiver for any other aspect. Just do some research. Yeah.
Okay. I will.
Well,
I might have an offside conversation. We'll look into that and then, yeah, I will follow up with you.
that would fall under the future agenda items. We're not there yet on the agenda. Kelly, I'm just kidding. We'll have a, we'll have a conversation offside. All right, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 25, which is update on board sponsored and monitored legislation. Roseanne.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So the legislative session is currently wrapping up, or has wrapped up. Bills are either in the process of just been signed by the governor or vetoed, or he actually has a lot of bills on his desk still and he has until September 30th to make a decision on. So we have updates on some of the bills that the board followed or took positions on, and then other ones we're still waiting for an answer on, and we should be getting that in the next couple of weeks here. But I am happy to report that the bill that the board sponsored this year, SB 1024, was signed by the governor. And that bill makes two clarifying changes to the board's statutory requirements. First, makes some changes regarding the requirement to physically display a license or registration to account for telehealth. And then it also makes some clarifications about the allowable number of supervisees that a supervisor is permitted to have, both in a group setting and in non-exempt settings. And so we are currently in the process of finalizing two FAQ sort of outreach documents for our website and for our social media to get the word out to licensees and registrants on how the changes will affect them. The bill becomes effective January 1st. So we will be putting that up on the website in the next few weeks, as well as sending out some email and social media correspondence. So stakeholders can look for that soon. The omnibus bill for the year, SB 1526, is still awaiting a decision by the governor. In terms of other legislation, we have SB 1067, which expedites the licensure process for those working in a medically underserved area or population. The board had requested some amendments on that bill. I'm happy to report the majority of the board's requested amendments were taken, except for one amendment about the exempting the implementation of the statute from the rulemaking process. They were not able to do that for some specific legal reasons. But that bill is now enrolled and is awaiting a decision by the governor. And then AB 2566, which was the bill proposing to establish California as a member of the state in the Interstate Counseling Compact. That bill has actually died for the year. So we will see if that runs again in a subsequent year. So that's the legislative update. We'll have a final report on what happened with everything at the November board meeting.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any comments from our board? Comments from the audience? Comments from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right, we're going to move on to item 27, which is suggestions for future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items? I'm sorry, did I skip one? You're right. I'm jumping ahead. Sorry. So excited for 27, and I forgot about 26. Update on board rulemaking proposals. Christy, would you please provide us with an overview?
Yes, will do. So the disciplinary guidelines, we talked about those changes. So the board approved those today, the additional changes. So we'll be continuing on with that process for the DCA initial review, which can take a few months, especially with something as complex as this. And then what'll happen next is they'll get notice to the public and continue on through the process. The board had previously approved regulations pertaining to its unprofessional conduct regulations back in August of 2023 as well. These are some fairly minor changes to that regulation, and that has gone through most of the process, and it's been submitted to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. So that may end up taking effect January 1. We'll see kind of how that shakes out. And then the telehealth regulations that the board approved in March of 2024 has been submitted to the DCA Office of Legal Affairs for the initial review process. So that's in the early phase as well. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Christy. Any comments or questions from our board? From our audience of one? Nope. Two. There we go. And how about from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 26 via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And now we're on to item 27. Suggestions for future agenda items. Do any of our board members have future agenda item suggestions? Justin.
Justin Huft. In previous meetings, I think Board Member Sovek and I have both talked about the board issuing a statement clarifying the board's position on forcible outing policies, especially in schools, and how clinicians should navigate that. Despite the recent law that has now banned that, I think that it would be an important statement from the board to be issuing clarification on what the board sees as how therapists should be managing this, especially in light of school districts already signaling that they will be pushing back on that.
And as a school practitioner, I push back on that. Any other agenda items? Nick.
LPCC member, I wanted to recognize that the initial comment about the scope of practice being part of the sunset review may not be possible as part of that. Looking at specifically the scope of practice for 4999.2 section C for the assessment of LPCC. So should that not be considered part of the sunset review, I would ask that we make that a future item. And then I would also like to make an item looking at the postmaster's experience for MFTs and LPCCs. Specifically, if you look at what's considered clinical experience, psychological testing is considered non-clinical experience for both MFTs and LPCCs, when in fact psychological testing is arguably part of the counseling process and a very important part of it, and should absolutely be considered clinical experience and not separated out as non-clinical experience.
Thank you, Nick. Any other agenda item suggestions? All right. How about from our audience? Do we have any suggested agenda items from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 27, future agenda items. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. And that looks like a no.
Thank you, moderator. And next on the agenda would be public comment for items that are not on the agenda. I will open for public comments for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Each commenter will have 2 minutes. Do any board members have comments for items that are not on the agenda? Susan. I don't think your microphone's on, Susan.
I don't know if this is correct right now, but as a former journalist, I've been reading lately, and there are some respected journalism organizations that are doing a study now, talking to therapists all over the country about why they do not take insurance. And I think it would be interesting if we asked our 147,000, if we ever send anything out by email or something, if they take insurance, because it is the law now, but insurance companies have actually made it impossible for therapists to take insurance. So I don't know if it's something that this board should be looking into, or whether it's the purview of a different board. I don't know, but I'm asking.
Looking
It's
into
very important for the public, and I'm representing the public.
looking into whether or not practitioners are required to take insurance, or
They're not required. The law right now says that insurance companies should cover mental health. Most insurance companies, they just, I mean, you ask the people on this board who are therapists, they can't cover it because the insurance companies make it practically impossible. But it is something to look into, and I'm telling you that journalism organizations are asking this now of therapists all over the country.
I appreciate that. I'm just not sure what it is that you're asking.
I'm
board
asking
to
whether
do.
we can ask our licensees if they take insurance. Simple question. And from there, we would move on and find out why it is that they don't.
I might be able to, the HCI does a lot of studies and they're having those discussions right now. So, and I might be able to pull some material from some of their, from HCI, because that's what they are also addressing that, so.
And it got brought up yesterday too, with our LEP population. So it's a timely conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Not on the agenda?
Sure.
Kelly?
Chair, I don't know how to express this. Is HCI going to be dealing with the wellness coaches, or do we want to agendize that?
Go ahead, Steve.
It will be on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, so I do plan to bring at least a presentation to kind of discuss that, and then we'll continue on conversations from
All
that.
righty.
All right, any other comments? How about from our audience? No comments? Any comments from our remote participants?
This is your last opportunity for public comment. We're on agenda item 28. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to wait just a few more seconds before we continue on. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. That brings us to our final agenda item, which is adjournment. I want to thank you all for participating over the last 2 days. I hope to see you at our next board meeting that will be held November 14th and 15th. Meeting adjourned.